chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright.
Estamos aquí, oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde.
autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay, I think so. I think it's working. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon for all of you that are far away. What up, Joe? Good to have you here. And for you six that are watching quietly, welcome. I have an interesting topic here. I'm going to share with you a couple of things that I've noticed, and one particular that I think they're prepping you guys for the next elections already. I see it coming, and it's like I saw this video that said that the elitist they hire these or create these politicians to do their biddings since the beginning. Like if you're a politician, it's because somebody in wealth chose you to push their agenda. Anyways, hopefully you guys can appreciate the topic. So again, it's called "You Not American Enough," meaning Anglo-Saxon is assimilated type of American, right? I want to read this to you. This is Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verse 8. It says in this King James version, "If thou seest the oppression of the poor and violent perverting of judgment and justice in a province, marvel not at the matter." Like, you should not be surprised at this point. It's specifically talking about certain people. Now, I like to believe that I'm a decent judgment of character. I like to believe that. And for the most part, I think I am. You know, I pay attention to people and how they communicate and say things and consistencies or lack thereof, right? So when I knew around 2016 that AMLO was going to be running for president over there, wasn't politics in either country, wasn't into it. But, you know, there was something about this man, and obviously I care for my gente down there too. I want the best for them. as best as it can be. So when this guy was running, the stuff that he was saying and the consistency that I saw in him, I was like, that's somebody that you could technically support. In comparisons to the elevator man from 2016, right? That basically did this. Okay, I'm going to give you a straight comparison right now, so you can see what I'm referring to. Both of these things occurred in 2016, okay? Both of them. Meaning these two people, 2016, they both won, all right? This is one of them, and we know who that is here.
When do we beat Mexico at the border? They're laughing at us, at our stupidity. And now they're beating us economically. They are not our friend, believe me. But they're killing us economically. The U.S. has become a dumping ground for everybody else's problems. Thank you. It's true. And these are the best and the finest. When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. And some, I assume, are good people.
I love the Mexican people and their spirit. But the country of Mexico is killing us. I want to build a wall. I'm going to build a wall.
I want to build the wall. We need the wall. And Mexico will pay for the wall. But we have some bad hombres here, and we're going to get them out.
As you can see, he's been saying that shit since 2016. It should not be a surprise to you guys in 2024, 2025. It should not be. 2026, I didn't vote for this. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, you did. Were you not listening to him? Now, the point is, however, the comparisons. That's what I was saying about regarding good judgment of character. Because look, if it wasn't for what AMLO did for the people down there, right now they'd be sweating huevos too because of the oil situation. But in case you guys don't know, Mexico has a lot of oil. They just didn't have refineries at one point. But when AMLO came in 2016, he took care of that. He purchased one and built another one. And you're going to see exactly how they are avoiding this situation. Okay? So you can see the obvious track record of people, the way they talk, conduct themselves, how you see them, how they're actually doing or passing some law, so to speak, that is consistent with what they're saying. It's obvious. And I saw it. I saw it in this man. I'm like, oh, no, he's consistent. When he was, in other positions where, he was, I don't know if he was necessarily, and forgive me if I don't know the political history, or his history regarding politics, but I know what he did when he was a president down there. Check this out.
Resulta que tenemos en Medio Oriente, hay dificultades en el estrecho de Hormuz. Esto significa que va a haber un faltante de petróleo en el conjunto del mercado. México ha tomado una serie de medidas hace varios años, como por ejemplo comprar una refinería en Estados Unidos, medida acertada, como por ejemplo construir su propia refinería en Dos Bocas, como por ejemplo aumentar su capacidad de producción de refinados en todo el sistema de refinerías nacional, y eso hace que tengas menos dependencia hoy que la que tendríamos si no hubiéramos hecho eso. Resulta.
So, two men, 2016, I saw two visions, two different ways of communicating. You could just tell obviously what this one was going to do. But, again, a lot of our own people, supposedly our own gente, voted for that. And they totally forgot about that whole when Mexico sends its people. Oh no, I guess they thought he was gonna change their heart. Like, nah, bro. Like people like them don't change. here's another sad part. It's just as true. Not American enough until it's time to fight.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Who are you?
Not American enough until it's time to fight. And even then, they'll still deport your ass. Oh, you don't believe me? Yeah, we have proof. Seriously. Here's even the sadder part. So you see this young man here, right? He has his family around him. Okay, check it out.
To wave the flag, ooh, the red, white, and blue. And when the band plays hail to the chief, ooh, they point the cannon at you. No, it ain't me, it ain't me. I ain't no senator son.
So you see that. Okay. I did not know this would be possible. And again, it's that perpetual hatred. But check this out. Like, oh man, this is crazy.
Right now, they have ICE posted at military training facilities, screening family members of graduates of basic training and boot camp to check their papers. Folks, irony is fucking dead because we've got Nazi wannabe little fucking weasels like Stephen Miller directing policy, and among his priorities is to go after the families of service members who are probably about to deploy in some stupid war that Donald Trump started.
In case you guys don't know this, I had posted something regarding this possible information if it was true. Obviously, you got to check the info, right? Can't just go around posting shit, but it seems to be that the casualties or soldiers, Intercept reveals 750 U.S. troops killed or wounded, which means that that number they give you guys, like 13 supposedly only, like I said, it's a total lie. And, these are different media that are reporting it. Palestine Chronicles as well as Novara Media. The U.S. military is hiding the true extent of its Iran war casualties. It's true casualties. Not 13. We're looking at probably more than that too. And, again, when you consider history repeating itself, I Googled it. I was just wondering how similar it is. How many soldiers were first sent to the Vietnam War? On March 8th, 1965, interestingly, it's almost a month and so years ago, pretty much almost a month, missing. It says approximately 3,500 U.S. Marines of the 9th Marine Expeditionary Brigade were the first official combat troops deployed to South Vietnam, landing at Da Nang. These initial troops were sent to protect the airbase, joining 23,000 existing military advisors. So compared to now, there's about 50,000 over there. They're supposedly sending about 2,500 plus another 10. But if you look at the year, March 8th or March 1965 through December 1965, you see a massive increase of soldiers being deployed. And some people think that, that this is not possibly going to happen like that again. I mean,
tonight, the potential boost.
Obviously, some of us may not be paying attention. The oil is what matters. They don't care about people. It's not about people, family. It's not about people. It doesn't matter. You don't matter. And even it doesn't matter to them. Right now, it's about power and grabbing. It's about power and grabbing. I mean, what did you expect? You glorified a capitalistic government. they're capitalizing on your poor asses. What did you think? What do you think, it wasn't going to come home and roost like at your house, at your door? Eventually, other nations are going to catch up, and it's going to be more about your wits, not so much about technology. Now, all of a sudden, technology is pretty equal with other countries. Now you want to take a squeeze at them because they're catching up. Doesn't work like that. And you can tell that when people, or I should say, predators get desperate, they get desperate and their actions speak louder than words.
Tonight, the potential boots on the ground. For 21 days, the U.S. has been hitting the Iranian regime with airstrikes.
We can have dialogue, but I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side.
Now, in an effort to quickly end the war, NBC News learning President Trump is weighing whether to send hundreds or even thousands of ground troops into Iran, according to 5 people familiar with the discussions. Several options are under consideration, those sources tell us. One, aimed at opening the Strait of Hormuz, includes deploying troops to several small islands in the Persian Gulf to stop Iranian attack boats from targeting oil tankers. Another option, take the oil facilities on Karg Island, depriving the Iranian regime of revenue. And potentially the most dangerous option, sending troops to secure and retrieve Iran's highly enriched uranium. President Trump overnight saying he would not send ground troops.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere.
Tonight, he was pressed again.
That if I told you the answer to that question, my military people would be very happy. But we have a lot of troops. We have unlimited ammunition. We have the greatest equipment in the world. And we are decimating Iran. It's about time. And frankly, it should have been done long before me.
And just moments ago, the president posting, "We are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East."
He's a great salesman. He's selling the idea that, no, everything's good. We are good. We are good. This is what I mean by two paths. 2016, I saw two people, two different types of governments, and two people speaking completely different. One was full of hatred, and you know who I'm talking about. The other one was talking about unity with his people. Now, I'll tell you this, for you brothers and gente that listens to this channel, appreciates the content.
Andrew, Maria, good evening.
You should know that this is not your war, because it's for no real purpose. I don't know what legal rights you have as a soldier, but you don't have to go over there and kill people, man. You don't have to. If you tell people your story, I'm sure you'll fucking get massive support from gente. You would. You don't have to go over there.
Andrew, Maria, good evening. We do know that about 2,500 of these 11th Marine Expeditionary Force are headed to the Middle East. What they're specifically doing is still a question mark, but according to these Marine generals, they can do just about anything. The USS Boxer Amphibious Ready Group is steaming toward the Middle East with 2,500 Marines, adding additional military support for the war in Iran. 3 San Diego-based warships have been dispatched, with the lead a mini carrier.
Marine Expeditionary Unit is our smallest contained force. It is one of our nation's most ready forces at any given time.
Retired Major General Anthony Jackson says this force is the Swiss Army knife of the Marines.
Those units aren't designed for long, protracted combat. They're designed to meet the emergency requirement of that particular mission.
Major General Jackson says after 36 years in service, his thoughts tonight are with the service members heading for the unknown mission.
Well, I guess that whole, if I was in the service, that whole Swiss Army talk, Swiss Army knife talk, yeah, we're Swiss Army. Problem is, you guys bring that shit back home. A lot of your soldiers come back and they start fucking deleting themselves. By themselves. Leaving families behind with questions, not answers. I get it, Swiss Army. Yeah, I get it, man, I get it, you know? You're part of an organization, you join something if you feel proud about it, that, yeah, I'm a Swiss Army. But guess what? Your Swiss Army fucking shit that you do, your mental problems, maybe you may make it, but most people don't. I met a couple of Marines that really ended up coming back messed up. straight up hooked on coke, everything like that. So, you know, I'm not, no offense to you military brothers or sisters, but you're asking, it's like the video I shared with you earlier. While they're getting you ready to school, here, like this one here, I'll show you. Let's watch it again. It's real quick. Because the same people that want to send you over there, deploy you over there to go fight, are the same people that are deporting your family. They're deploying you, they're deporting them.
Right now, they have ICE posted at military training facilities, screening family members of graduates of basic training and boot camp to check their papers. Folks, irony is fucking dead because we've got Nazi wannabe little fucking weasels like Stephen Miller directing policy, and among his priorities is to go after the families of service members who are probably about to deploy in some stupid war that Donald Trump started.
And like he says, this isn't training camp. Okay? Now the same I guess you could say government that is sending you raza, deploying your ass, is also the same one that's questioning you whether you even are a so-called U.S. citizen. Because some of you guys who are in the military were born from mothers that were not legal, let alone U.S. citizens, maybe permanent residents. So while you're being deployed, while they're getting deported, they're also arguing about the 14th Amendment.
Because of the attempts to remove birthright citizenship.
Only Donald Trump could help her. He wants to commit suicide.
Black Americans stand with our immigrant brothers and sisters.
You can help build the only independent news outlet always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Lives matter. Black lives matter. All lives matter. Our lives matter. Immigrants' lives matter.
He's trying to change the character of the nation, right? Like trying to make it more white, make citizenship based by blood, right? And we know what that means. So I think it's a lot about racism, but I think it's a lot about seeing what he can get away with too. Like
Which is true. I mean, if you think about it, these white folks are saying that, well, since you weren't technically born on these lands and shit, that you don't belong here. You know what the funny part is? We didn't go to Europe. Like, my family did not go to Europe, nor did they go to Africa. And then set up shop, hung around, and now we're being told to fucking get out of here. That's not what happened. You guys showed up from Europe, okay? You showed up from Europe. And now you're trying to tell people who never left their continent somehow leave even beyond their continent. Because we are hearing this talk about ruling America, not only just North America, all of the Americas, as if they are chosen. I believe that these Protestants, these white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, that's why they worship these Israelis over there. It's because they think that they are Hebrews as well. You know, I really believe that in secret, they think they're the lost tribes of Israel. I think that. It's gotta be it. It's gotta be it. For them to really not see exactly their stupidity. Let's go.
talked about if he can strip the 14th Amendment of this meaning, he can strip it of a lot of other meanings.
We might as well replace it with gold letters that says Trump Court, not Supreme Court, Emperor's Court, King's Court. But today we come to say it's our court. It's the people's court.
Racism is not patriotism.
Only Donald Trump could help her. She needs help.
So check this out. President Trump please help my granddaughter. She was Greg. Hey, I don't know why he didn't redo it. Like, fuck, dude. You could have just redone the page. I guess he couldn't afford another one. She was gang raped by migrants. You know what's so funny? Check this out. Which race of people rapes the most in North America? Let's see this shit. Remember, I just typed it up, and I hit the first link. It says, according to FBI UCR data in 2024, there were 15,995 total arrests made in the U.S. for rape offenses. Okay? Remember that. It says the race. The highest number of those arrested were identified as white. Hold on.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
What are we talking about here? The nerve, bro. The fucking nerve of you disgusting bastards, bro. Seriously. The nerve. Who has the most Jeffrey Dahmers? Who has the most of Ted Bundys? You know what I'm saying? Whites make up the largest share of arrest offenders affecting population, specialized, yada, yada, yada. Showing high percentage for Native American offenders in specific categories. It says there's no simple defensive answer to what race rapes the most. So they say. Like, for example, when somebody goes berserk and they start finding a lot of people dying in a particular neighborhood, the first thing that FBI does is they give a profile regarding, hey, you may have this, and this. When they usually say white, 30 years old, you know, skinny, lonely, yada, yada, yada. They don't normally say much races. So this here, right here, this is, to me, the most disgusting, but at the same time, the most ironic fucking sign. Not only do you not just redo the fucking page, you don't even spell it right the first time, and then you don't really know exactly who are the real rapists and pedophiles, mostly looking like you.
She wants to commit suicide. She's cutting herself. She don't want to live because what they did to her over and over again. Please help her, Mr. Trump. I need you. My granddaughter needs you. She's only 15.
So, well, ending birthright citizenship would stop things like this, in your opinion?
Look, it says here, Jesus Christ was a brown-skinned migrant. They break that shit there like ice, ice, ice. Here's the angel blowing the trumpet. They don't believe Jesus is brown, by the way. They want Jesus to be white. In case you didn't know that. Here, let me speed it up here a bit. Hold on.
Maybe, you know what I mean? Because they were illegals, you know what I mean? So
I want your granddaughter to get the help she needs, but I also want to ask you, you know, there are plenty of sexual assaults that happen by people who are not immigrants. Do you think that the issues are really related?
But right now, the situation is not dealt with the other people. It's dealt with the immigrants we're talking about today, okay? And that's what needs to be taken care of, okay?
Oh, I understand the topic is about rape, okay? But right now, I want to isolate my hate towards these migrants because they are touching the topic of hate. But I want to talk about migrants doing the raping. I know everybody does the raping, but, you know, right now I just want to talk about migrants doing the raping.
That's what he's saying. For fucking God's sakes, man.
And only President Trump can stop it.
The 14th Amendment speaks for itself. The 14th Amendment speaks for itself. We're here to defend something that shouldn't even be up for debate. But if they want to debate it, we will. And we will win.
I'm here to defend our American rights, our human rights, and immigrants built this country. And the Supreme Court is one of the only places the courts can stop him and put some checks and balances on his attempts to just take power unilaterally.
Understand the argument, right, fam? So basically, they're saying that it's kind of like a partus sequitur ventrum. Okay, partus sequitur ventrum. I did a class on that too, by the way, a couple years ago. And that's a great example of what's going on right now by them arguing the 14th Amendment. Basically, they're saying is like, for example, partus sequitur ventrum meant that if the woman was a slave, the child would be a slave. Even if the father was free, it was depending on the woman. So basically here, it's almost that similar argument. If the mom is illegal, quote unquote, right, so are the children, regardless of you being born here on this land. You know, past the imaginary line that they created. Which they also stole, by the way. But that's really it in a nutshell.
No, if we don't do anything, to stop Trump, he is going to destroy the country.
Personally, I'm in a biracial relationship. My husband is Dominican and Cuban. His grandparents and mother, I mean, if we went retroactive, they would all absolutely be at risk. And it's scary to think that that an 82-year-old woman might have her citizenship stripped.
Why do you think the birthright? Why do you think birthright citizenship is important?
Because it's in the Constitution, and this man has no respect for the Constitution.
By the way, for you guys that don't realize this, okay, so let's say, for example, you are a parent who is a resident alien, but your mother is illegal, supposedly, right? I mean, look, if they were to win this argument, which I don't believe they will, but if they were to win this argument, I think even maybe a lot of my family members would be jeopardizing that shit. For real.
True, that's gotta hurt.
Because I know a few. If you think of some of my nephews and nieces, like, yeah. It's really, you guys don't know even, you don't even understand the web that's behind this 14th Amendment decision making. Whichever way it goes, obviously, if it doesn't change, then, no big deal. But if it does change, it's going to open up a floodgate to a lot of shit. I mean, we're talking about, like, international laws are going to be involved. Because now what are you going to do with that? Oh, so now it's, hey, you're U.S. citizen, been here 20 years, but you know what? Your mom is not legal. And when maybe she is legal now, but when she had you, she was not legal. So it don't matter how U.S. citizenship you are, you're getting deported. Imagine that shit.
You show that he swore to uphold.
I'm a veteran. I was born in a military hospital, and I'm a spouse of a veteran. I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. All four of my great-grandparents were immigrants. They came from other countries at a time when we didn't have this very convoluted process of allowing immigrants in this country. I've lived in places where birthright citizenship doesn't exist, where people whose grandparents came to a country, whose parents were born in that country, and they were born in that country, have no status in the country other than by the grace of the country itself to live, go to school, and work.
You guys get the concept of that argument, right? Okay, so then now I'm going to point out a particular perspective. Very interesting perspective.
Donald Trump has spent years telling us who.
I did not know that this young lady had said this, but again, I didn't look for her original video. I'm just borrowing someone else's that saw it. And listen to this history here. It says, so he comes from a long line of immigrants, victims of deportation and draft dodgers. This is talking about Trompeta's family, okay? See, this is the irony, bro. Like, this is what makes me laugh about Anglos, this Edomites. You know what I mean? People like this particular mindset. It's like, what the fuck are you saying, bro? Are you not looking at your own history? Okay, watch it.
Who belongs in this country and who doesn't. So let's talk about his family, shall we? Trump's grandfather was born Friedrich Trump in 1869 in Bavaria. Germany had mandatory military service. Friedrich was required to serve. Instead, he chose to escape the country altogether. He was 16. He bought a one-way ticket, boarded a ship, and sailed to America. Without completing his military service, without officially registering his departure, without doing a single thing he was legally required to do before leaving, he just left. And this country welcomed him anyway. Eventually, he made his way to the Pacific Northwest. Then he followed the gold rush into Canada. During the Klondike Gold Rush, he moved to Yukon and made his fortune operating a restaurant and brothel for miners in Whitehorse. This is not an interpretation. A contemporary Yukon newspaper reported on it directly. The rooms had weighing scales in them, so miners could pay in gold dust for rendered services. The bulk of the cash flow came from the sale of liquor and sex, and that money got passed down. That is the foundation. That is his foundation. So when Friedrich had enough, he packed up his stuff and went back to Germany, got married, and tried to reclaim German citizenship and settle back home. Germany, however, said no. A local council letter from 1905 informed Friedrich that his citizenship would not be reinstated, and that he had 8 weeks to leave the country or be deported. The official reason? He had illegally left Germany to avoid military service 20 years earlier, and never bothered to officially unregister from his hometown. Germany deported him for being a draft dodger. Now, here's where history hands us something extraordinary. Friedrich Trump did not go quietly. This man wrote a letter to the Prince Regent of Bavaria, begging, and I mean begging, not to be sent away. He wrote, "We were confronted all at once, as if by lightning strike from fair skies, with news that the High State Royal Ministry has decided that we must leave our residence in the Kingdom of Bavaria. We were paralyzed with fright. Our happy family life was tarnished. My wife has been overcome by anxiety, and my lovely child has become sick. Why should we be deported? This is very, very hard for a family." And the prince rejected him. Friedrich left Germany on July 1st, 1905. His wife, 3 months pregnant with Donald Trump's father, Fred. That letter sat in a German archive for over 100 years. A historian found it in 2016. The Associated Press confirmed it. Harper's Magazine published a full translation. It's real, it exists. You can read it. Friedrich Trump, illegal immigrant, draft dodger, brothel operator, deportee, wrote a letter that said the deportation was cruel and unjust, and very, very hard for a family. His grandson has deported parents in front of their children, has signed orders removing people who had lived here for decades. He's called immigrants criminals. He's called them an infestation. The German historian who found the deportation document put it simply. Trump talks against illegal immigration, so I think he should remember his own family story from time to time. And here's the final thing that I need you to sit with. If the Prince of Bavaria had said yes, if they had let Friedrich stay, Donald Trump would not exist. Not here, anyway. He's here because a deportee begged for mercy and got on a ship. He's here because this country let in an illegal immigrant who had broken the law, dodged a draft, and made his money however he could. He's here because of exactly the kind of person that he's trying to erase.
You see, it's funny, isn't it? Isn't that weird? People hate.
We live on stone.
I mean, like, for example, if somebody says something to you, calls you a name or some shit, you know, I've always said this, man. It's like, you're not just calling me that fucking name, dude. You're calling both of us that name because it's always a reflection of you. You know, at your worst moments, it's like, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. One more example, please.
Stolen land, you drink stolen water, you eat stolen fruit. I find you fascinating, Mr. Diane. I really do. I can't understand how you have such self-assurance. A man who was born in Argentina, whose family comes from the Ukraine, and is actually wanting people, sensible people, to believe that he has some connection with my country. You and your fellow settlers, nothing other than common thieves who live.
See, that's why hearing that story from Trompeta's fan band, it's like, dude, really?
They're not.
Really? And a lot of you guys, a lot of you fucking, man, it's ridiculous to me. Look, we didn't go to Europe We're not in Europe. You know what I'm saying? Like we didn't go over there. You motherfuckers came over here. But somehow, some way, you feel this way. Yet you're proud of being European. You're proud of being European. You always go back to that shit. But Edom, I kid you not, your days are numbered.
Not a unique people. There are people like the Nazis in every country in the world today.
Not in America.
Yes, in America. Their personality patterns are not obscure. They are people who want to be in power. And while you say they don't exist here, I would say I'm quite certain there are people in America who would willingly climb over the corpses of half the American public if they knew they could gain control of the other half.
Doctor, please.
They stoke hatred. It's what Hitler and Goering did, and it is textbook. And if you think the next time it happens, we're going to recognize it because they're wearing scary uniforms, you're out of your damn mind.
So again, it's like a constant reminder, repetitiveness, the spirit, personality. Like that's why I believe, everybody has a particular spirit behind them, right? If you pay attention closely, you'll see them. You'll see the pattern. You can pay attention. Some people have a little more control of their spirit. Some others don't. But you can see it if you pay attention and you listen. Now, we can see constantly through scripture, through history, that these people don't change. So there's a pattern, right? Constantly reminding you, perpetual hatred will live and die by the sword. Who is that?
Looking for an April Fool? I got one for you.
Just remember, he'll be gone in 2.5 years. When your ankles swell up 3 times the size they were before, that means heart failure. And he does look sick. And he does babble and, sound like the brain's not doing too hot.
Now they're trying to claim that they are no part of trompetas, even though they created the man.
The world is crashing in on Donald Trump. His actions threaten the U.S. and the world economy and the very fabric of the United States. The question is it too late? Trump's mental acuity is obviously declining, and that's not Chip the libtard. It's coming from everyone.
This is not good, but he's gone. And that's it. And all the people rallied around him, you can see Hegseth's freaked out.
This is one of Trump's longtime creepy buddies who has supported him since the beginning. And I mean creepy with a capital C. Alex Jones is a birther, a truther, and the architect of the Sandy Hook conspiracy, where he said the parents of the murdered school children were actors who never lost children. But now he's saying out loud what we've all been witnessing. Trump has lost his mind, and it's time for him to go.
And that we need to be sad about Trump. This is not funny.
Oh, but it is funny, Alex. Trump's implosion is a MAGA collapse, and Republicans are winning. Did you not hear those poll numbers?
All right, new this morning, a brand new CNN.
As you can see, the whole country's in shock. Everybody's kind of like, what the fuck? What's going on?
Well, nothing that Trump says.
Why? Because what are people going to believe? Everything that's coming out of the leader's mouth is a lie. What is that story called? I can't remember the story, but it's about the one cried wolf. Supposedly the wolf's coming. Nobody like, oh, it's not the wolf. Everybody was like, oh my God. This kid scared them so much that when the actual wolf showed up, they didn't believe him anymore. So you can see this whole society, especially the ones that depend on government, depend on their voting rights, quote unquote. You know what I'm saying? You can see them. Like, I don't say shit much on TikTok because I lost my initial account. So this other one, I don't really say nothing. But I listen to some of these. Y'all are going crazy, bro. It's like, that's why I say this is why the scriptures are not a joke. When you actually do take the time and you pay attention to the time, you know exactly what it means when the Most High reveals those verses to you. And not just because you read them, you reveal. No, it's like you can relate it to like, oh, I see. 2nd Ezra 16:21 says, behold, visuals, meaning merchandise, shall be so good cheap upon earth that they shall think themselves to be in good case, and even then shall evils grow upon the earth. So like, your cheap prices and all that stuff, y'all thought things were going to be good. You assume that the cost was always going to stay low. It's kind of like when the whole 2008 situation with real estate happened. Like, I don't know why people didn't even think of it. Is your property value going to just constantly increase? Is it never going to end? I was doing mortgages at that time. I asked that question to some of these people. Like, if we keep refinancing them and the appraisals keep increasing, isn't there going to be a limit to the actual value eventually? Isn't there a limit, or what? Every house is going to be worth like millions and trillions and shit? Nobody thought about that, did they? Behold, visuals shall be so good cheap upon earth that they shall think themselves to be in good case. But that's just the beginning. And even then shall evils grow upon earth. Sword, famine, and great confusion. Which is what I'm saying right now. For example, this one.
Well, nothing that Trump says can be really taken at face value. He's constantly flip-flopping. One day he says one thing, the next day he says something else. In the morning he says one thing, in the afternoon he says something else. Sometimes within a particular statement or as he is speaking, he is contradicting himself. So I don't think anyone in Iran is taking this seriously. The only thing that matters for Iran is the facts on the ground. Whenever the facts on the ground change and the Iranian conditions are met, then we can think seriously about an end to the hostilities. But as things stand, the war continues. Iran does not see any change that would bring about a halt to hostilities anytime soon. In fact, the belief is that Trump is most probably being deceptive, and that the United States is continuing to bring in troops to the region, and that he will probably launch an attack in the coming days, especially since this weekend is a 3-day weekend. The markets are closed for 3 days. There's a strong possibility that he may launch an attack on Thursday night or Friday night this week. So no one should really take anything that he says seriously. And of course, negotiations in Iran go through the same mechanism as they've always gone through in the past. What Trump says really doesn't make any sense, and it is not credible. We have the leader, obviously, Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei. We have the Supreme National Security Council, the head of which his role is very clear.
Oh, Alex Jones, Nikki Chicky Buttplug Fuentes, Candace Owens, all of those people, now they're going against him, right? And then now you got Tucker Carlson. And they are grooming this guy to put him in front of you. Oh, I think, know exactly what they're trying to implement. Let me show this to you real quick. Hold on. Is this the video that I wanted to see?
The state of Israel is created.
Oh, okay. I should have played it maybe later. Hold on a second. Is it this one? Hold on.
The way they treat Christians.
Okay, so this is the movement from this point forward regarding the image that these Republicans, red hats, who don't want the name Trump on their hats anymore. This is the movement they're taking, okay? And they have one particular man that they're going to be selling you for a couple years right now. Trust and believe that I think this is who they're going to try to put in front of you, because Rubio he's not likable. J.D. Vance definitely ain't going to fucking cut it. This is the guy that they're going to put in front of you. Not this guy here, but this is the talk that they're going to be supporting.
Christian.
Because you know what? You're never going to cure these racist bastards. You're not. Some chose to be Christians, some chose to be Jewish. It's all one and the same. But leave them alone on their own, and they're going to love fighting each other. That's just the way they are. All right? Check it out.
in Israel is disgraceful. If Christians are not welcome in Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in Florida. If you want to call Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal, be my guest.
Hear that? You know, stuff, you know, usually shit like that happens out of Florida. You know, it's always Florida that likes to go buck nutty initially. And obviously they're going to try to push against
our poll for
this talk. So now here's, and I never assumed that this particular guy here, George Galloway, would be part of this movement. So it's like, you know, certain families are trying to bid for power, and one of these families chose this guy, Tucker Carlson, or whatever.
The night is, should Tucker Carlson run for president in 2028? Well, 82% of you seem to be strong American patriots. The other 18%, I don't know. Maybe there's a case to be made that it shouldn't happen. Maybe some of you are saying, no, Tucker Carlson should not run for president, because then, of course, there's a very strong possibility he may end up, God forbid, like JFK. That's a real fear that a lot of us share for Tucker Carlson, and it's...
Now he compared him to JFK, all right?
Like JFK. That's a real fear that a lot of us share for Tucker Carlson, and it's, you know, it goes without saying that the work he does right now is invaluable, and we hope to never lose a voice like his. But I can honestly say from the bottom of my heart that Tucker Carlson running for president, he would win, and that's why so many people are losing their minds about him right now. Even Laura Loomer, or as Mr. Galloway puts it, Larry Loomer, I love that. Larry Loomer recommending him to the CIA to be arrested. It's almost unbelievable, but then again, you have to remember that the U.S. president just said today that he's okay with a Vietnam-type situation in Iran where hypothetically 50,000 U.S. troops would be unalived.
So you see that? Now, I caught that probably about 3 weeks ago. And I knew at that moment, okay, I see where this is going. Check this out. Check this out. Okay? Check this out. I don't know why he keeps doing that.
All the people like
he is interviewing people that are anti-Israel, pro-America first. Okay? Remember the talk. Remember this.
The way they treat Christians in Israel is disgraceful. If Christians are not welcome in Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in Florida. If you want to call Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal, be my guest.
Okay? So that's the pattern that I'm seeing. Then you hear this guy talk about him. So now all of a sudden he brings this other guy here, Dave Smith, who supposedly is Jewish himself, but he's pro-America or America first. All right, let's go.
Mark Levin and all these guys, when they talk to their audience, whatever audience they got left, and they always love to talk about how Iran chants death to America, but none of them ever even try to say, to even approach the question of why. Why do they chant death to America? Why do they hate us so much? And this was
they hate us for our freedom. I just think it's more than Americans don't know. I think they've been prevented from knowing.
Yeah, that's right.
That, you know, actions have reactions.
If you spent your whole career arguing how violent and irrational the Muslims are, what does killing an Ayatollah mean?
And this is where, and again, I didn't want to record these little parts. But you listen to him now, and you would think, well, he sounds reasonable, right? He sounds like he could be objective. Nah. A lot of these people have a Christian nationalist mentality. Okay? And Tucker Carlson is one of them. Now, I remember sharing some stuff with you guys back in 2022 regarding certain people. Maybe this is one of those moments as well, because I'm getting ahead right now. We're talking about 2 years from here, but I see this happening. Tucker Carlson and the rise of Christian nationalism. Carlson's voice in the culture choir. Carlson sets an ideological agenda in much of the mobilized Christian right. His rhetoric often centers on a narrative of cultural replacement and moral decay. Yeah, he talks like that. He warns that American Christians are being replaced by progressive elites, secular ideologies, and demographic change. Basically, that, whites are being replaced by brown people. That's precisely the language of the Great Replacement conspiracy theory. While Carlson rejects being labeled a white supremacist, critics say that he has mainstream key ideas, demographic panic, grievance politics, and the coupling of a national decline with a looming threat to Christianity. And we're going to hear him say that again. And a matter of fact, that so-called Professor Gang, the one I showed you guys, he's not even a professor.
Have you seen?
He's technically a high school teacher, and he's pushing a little bit of that propaganda. So you kind of wonder who's feeding that guy.
Seen this?
Abram's descendants are the ones who have the right to have this land, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we do genetic testing on everybody in the land and find out who Abram's descendants are? It's really simple. We've cracked the human genome. We can do that. Why don't we do that? Would you be against doing that?
I have no idea what that would prove. I mean, maybe it would be.
What do you mean? It would prove who Abram's descendants are and who has a right to live here and who doesn't, according to the theology that you yourself just explained. And so I'm very confused as to why we don't do that. If you believe the theology that you've just explained to me.
Would we do that all over the world?
Well,
and everybody
this is the only country in the world that you've said has this covenant with God.
This is the thing, family. These Episcopalians, which is what he is, I believe, I'm pretty sure, like a branch of Protestantism, they believe that they belong here in this land because God gave them this land. It's the same fucking theology. It's no different. It's the same theology. This Christianization here in this north of America is no different than that one over there that they talk about. That's why it's like, bro, it's like what is it, the kettle calling the pot black, I guess?
That this people have a moral and legal right to the land.
But there are people who may not have bloodlines, but who have converted to Judaism. Are they going to be able to live here? Are you going to kick them out?
By your standards, they can't live here.
Because
you just told me that they have a right to live here because God gave them the land because they're the descendants of Abram.
The descendants of Abraham. But if they're the spiritual descendants of Abraham and they've now decided that they're converting to Judaism.
Here's the thing. You see this guy like, what do you mean? But that's what you Christians are saying. Even you Tucker fucker Carlsons are saying the same shit. You're saying that now you're saved in the blood of Jesus because we're all spiritual Israelites. You see what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Like literally, that's what Christians say. That the doors are open to you because now you're all spiritual Hebrews, I guess. Like you guys see the New Testament, it has the book to the Hebrews, but that doesn't correlate. All of a sudden now, Tucker fucker Carlson is arguing with this guy about Judaism, of its theology, but at the same breath, and almost in the same sentence, you're contradicting your own theology.
They have a right to live here because God gave them the land because they're the descendants of Abram.
The descendants of Abraham. But if they're the spiritual descendants of Abraham and they've now...
You see what I mean? I mean, don't these Christians say that that's why Jesus supposedly came and opened the door for you spiritual Israelites? That's what Christianity is saying. Oh, you forget about the 12 doors in Revelations? That's what you guys say. Well, it's spiritual Israelites. You see, the Zionism of Christianity and the Zionism of Judaism is no different. They're both stupid.
Decided that they're converting to Judaism, then do they have a right to live in Israel?
Since you began this conversation by asking me, did I think they had a right to come here?
Yeah, that's what
my
Zionism
question
is.
was, on what basis do they have the right?
Yeah.
And you said because God granted it to them.
And I also said because that there should be a land where Jews can live in peace and safety.
And I asked you what a Jew was, and you couldn't answer it. You said it partly is religious, but doesn't have to be. It's partly genetic, but it doesn't have to be. And so that you can see why I'm confused.
I think I was very clear.
Bibi's family, we know they lived in Eastern Europe. There's no evidence they ever lived here. He's not religious.
But
in what sense?
How do we know
that? Do you have his family tree? No, we don't.
Do you?
He doesn't. No one does. That's the point.
But
so how do we know that he has any connection to this land at all?
And if there has been a practice of Judaism and a connection to the language, the Bible, the land.
His ancestors didn't. He doesn't practice Judaism in any rigorous way. His ancestors didn't live here. They didn't speak the language, and there's no evidence they ever.
See, this is where it gets interesting, because in the same fucking kind of argument, Tucker fucking Carlson would be the one saying that this is a Christian country. Where did you guys get Christianity from? A Hebrew Bible. Let's continue with the confusion.
Never lived here. So in the territory that Israel controls today, particularly in the West Bank, who through genetic testing, we can know their families have been here for thousands of years. We don't know whether they practiced Judaism, whether they were Samaritans, pre-Islam. We don't know that. A lot of them we know have been Christians for 2,000 years. They have less of a right to the land than someone whose ancestors, the only thing we know about them is they lived in Latvia or.
See the irony in this shit? You see what I mean? If they do a DNA test on Raza and they're like, hey, where exactly are you from? And that DNA puts them, let's say, in New York. Or it puts them, let's say, in California. Or Texas. Or Nevada. They don't speak a lick of English, or what you say, American. You know, you guys fucking dumb, right? So why don't we do that here too? And then we do a DNA test on you guys, and we put you based on where you belong. Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Poland. They're Eastern European.
I am now even more confused by exactly. It's what's the scripture? It says if Satan is against Satan, then I can't recall. But anyways, look, check this out. Hold on, what's the verse? If Satan is against Satan, I think it's Matthew, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look for it. Okay, so check this out. This is another point that I want to share with you. Okay, this is who they're going to give you. This is who they're going to want you to vote for. Okay, this is the guy that they're going to put in front of you, supposedly, to fight with the other party. Check this out.
Tucker Carlson has been on a wild ride over the past few years. It seems like just yesterday that he was the face of Fox News, pulling in millions of viewers every night for his primetime show. Today though, everything has changed. Tucker's on a completely different path, broadcasting independently online without any filters or producers telling him what he's allowed to say. So how did the face behind the most popular cable news show on TV get completely ousted from the industry? And how has he become the complete opposite of what he once stood for? Well, reading about Tucker's background might give you the idea that he was destined for success, but he still had his fair share of challenges. Born in California in 1969 to a journalist called Dick Carlson and a socialite called Lisa, it was clear they came from money. There was certainly enough for a private education. However, Tucker's mother was rarely around, spending her time getting trashed at high society parties. And as his parents' marriage collapsed in on itself, Dick was left to pick up the pieces and take care of Tucker.
The story that his mom would party and get trashed. I guess kind of like Eyes Wide Shut. His dad was a CIA, I think, if I'm not mistaken. It was confirmed. Let's continue. I'm telling you, this is good. They're going to give you. I can see it happening.
Tucker and his younger brother. When he was just 6 years old, Tucker's parents split up and Lisa moved away permanently. Dick was given full custody after Lisa didn't show up at court. Tucker would never see his mother again. There's no doubt this must have been an absolutely terrible incident for Tucker at the time, and it seems like it would have been foundational in his strong views on the importance of family.
I wanted a totally happy family where everyone's close and everyone's named after someone else and like everyone gets together all the time. And I just had this drive to have a really close, normal, happy family, dinner together. No one's doing anything weird.
Knowing what it's like to get denied that privilege, but in hindsight, it did make him a lot closer with his father. It meant he was there every step of the way.
So I'm not going to watch the whole fucking shit here, you know what I mean? But I'm trying to just give you an idea of what they're going to be presenting to you pretty soon. This is what they're going to just do right now. Give me a second. Okay, hold on. Where are you at? Let me do this. Here, I'll move over. I'll move this over here because I don't want to lose track of the point. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, that should be good. All right, let's do this one here. Check this out. Oh, sorry, my bad. So, this is the religion that this guy comes from, okay? The Episcopal Church, autonomous mainline Protestant church in the U.S., and member of the Anglican Communion. Okay? The Episcopal Church was formerly organized in Philadelphia in 1789 as a successor to the Church of England and the American colonies. So he's very, pro this shit right here. Don't be fooled by this guy. This guy's a white Anglo-Saxon, straight up. People call him a fascist. Nah, it's not a fascist shit. It's just a nationalist. He prefers his white people. That's what it is. An Episcopalian is a member of the Episcopal Church, a Protestant Christian denomination in the United States that follows the teachings of Jesus Christ and is governed by bishops. You see, that's the funny part. How the fuck how do you get saved unless you believe that Paul, who's talking about these things in Romans, like that's what I'm saying. Like, why don't I, wait. All of a sudden now you Christians don't agree with that? So then how are you saved? Because technically the only way you're going to be saved based on the Christian teaching is that you guys are spiritual Israelites. But now you're questioning even these guys, the guys that fed you. You should look up the book. I've shared it before in this channel, Jews and Muslims of British Colonial America. You worship Christopher Columbus, a Sephardic Jew, a pedophiliac too. How do you think 1492 got funded? How do you think all that shit happened? Because of the quote unquote Jews. Because of them. See, a lot of these characters came out in 2016. So I was very aware of what was up at that time. Tucker Carlson is a veteran television personality who emerged in 2016 as one of the most influential figures of the authoritarian, anti-democracy, right-wing movement that rose to prominence around the political career of former President Donald J. Trump. He helped Donald Trumpetas get voted the first time. Carl's propaganda, which obsessively portrays white men as being victims of a corrupt, feminist, multicultural system, often mirrors the talking points found in fringe internet spaces where extremists congregate. I'm telling you, they're trying to dress him up as like, no, it's not that. It's not that. No, it's not that. He's just, he's very objective. You know what I'm saying? He understands.
Now we want to turn to our first story.
He understands your point of view. It's the same story, family. Don't fall for this shit again. Okay? Fuck, for God's sakes, man. This is white supremacy, no matter how you want to slice it. He doesn't give a fuck about you. He cares about his white skin, his white people, his white kids, and he does not want to be on the bottom. If he has a Mexican boss, he's going to run from that shit. That's not what they want. They don't want you as their bosses. They want you as their servants. Wake the fuck up, man. That's all. If there's anything I've done in this channel is at least that, to wake you guys up. I'm not here to fucking get liked, man. I'm telling you. People don't even like me most of the time. The people I think like me don't even like me. Fuck. Let's go.
Of the show regarding the crimes of kings and queens in the Isle of Great Britain. And we are turning first to India, and we are very happy to be joined as we continue the conversation by Prasanth R., who's a journalist with NewsClick and People's Dispatch. Prasanth, as always, thanks so much for being back with us.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a very, very interesting topic.
Let me skip some of the talks that he says. I'm just going to get to the points of what he's pointing out. Watch what this guy says, okay? Mr. Objective.
It's just that they took their colonial responsibilities seriously.
Most popular talk show host in the United States.
So he's going to say about how brown people just cannot survive without white folks. Watch.
Where he had a message for the people of India about how they should be reacting to their own history.
In the real world, the one that we live in, strong countries dominate weak countries, and that trend shows no sign of changing. The very least you can say about the English is that they took their colonial responsibilities seriously. They didn't just take things, they added. When the US government withdrew from Afghanistan after 20 years, we left behind airstrips, shipping containers, and guns. When the British pulled out of India, they left behind an entire civilization, a language, a legal system, schools, churches, and public buildings, all of which are still in use today. Here's the train station the English built in Bombay, for example. There's nothing like that in Washington, D.C. right now, much less in Kabul or Baghdad. Today, India is far more powerful than the UK, the nation that once ruled it, and yet after 75 years of independence, has that country produced a single building as beautiful as the Bombay train station that the British...
You know what the most disgusting thing is about these people, bro? He's like, yo, India, you should be happy that we fucking left there. You should be happy because we left you with so many good things. No. You Cracker Barrels, Edomites, Edom.
David understood this hypocrisy perfectly.
You needed India. You needed India to drug China. That's what you did. Let me see if I could find it. I don't want to take too long. Let me see. Hold on. Is it this one? Don't tell me I don't have it. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it here. Hold on. Is this one? That's not it. That's not it. Oh, man. Don't tell me I don't have it. Hold on. This one right here. Hopefully it's not too long, okay? So Britain, okay?
It wasn't like China didn't see this coming.
Britain used India to produce cocaine to sell it to Chinese. Why? Because they needed their silver and gold. Not for the benefit of the people. Yes, Anglos, Europeans, you guys, all of you. You literally used India to push opium in China to get them drugged so then you can take their silver and gold because they weren't willing to trade that out with anything you had other than opium. Check it out. I'm not lying, fam. We need to do some history on this shit.
Were completely dependent on a country that saw them as irrelevant. So Britain sat there with this massive problem. How do you force trade with a country that doesn't want to trade with you? They needed something, anything, that China would actually want to buy. Then they found it. Or rather, they realized they'd been sitting on it the whole time. Britain looks across their empire and has this realization. Wait a minute. We control India. And India has been growing opium poppies for centuries. If you don't know what opium is, let me paint you a picture. Opium comes from poppy plants, and it's the base ingredient for drugs like morphine and heroin. It's incredibly addictive. We're talking about one of the most addictive substances on Earth. When you smoke or ingest opium, you get this intense euphoric high. All your pain disappears, and you feel absolutely incredible for a few hours. Then it wears off, and your body immediately starts screaming for more. That's not an exaggeration. Opium creates physical dependence so strong that withdrawal can be absolutely agonizing. Muscle pain, anxiety, insomnia, nausea. Your body literally can't function normally without it anymore. Once you're hooked for life. You'll do almost anything to get your next dose. So Britain looks at this incredibly addictive drug and thinks, this is our solution. This is how the scheme worked. And honestly, it's kind of genius if it wasn't so evil. Britain controlled huge territories in India through the East India Company, specifically the regions of Bengal and Bihar. These areas had perfect conditions for growing opium poppies, and local farmers had been cultivating them for ages. So Britain essentially turned opium production into an industrial operation. They made Indian farmers to grow opium instead of food crops, created a complete monopoly on production, and started churning out thousands upon thousands of tons of the stuff. The East India Company would buy the raw opium from farmers at fixed prices they controlled, by the way, then process it into these solid blocks, pack them into chests, and ship them to Calcutta. Each chest held about 140 pounds of opium. We're talking about a massive, coordinated drug manufacturing operation happening under official British government supervision. But they were sneaky about it. Britain couldn't officially sell opium to China. Why? Because even back then, everyone knew opium was dangerous. China had actually banned opium way back in 1729 for this exact reason. They'd seen what it did to people. So opium was illegal in China. But Britain found a workaround. They set up auctions in Calcutta where British merchants and private traders, let's be honest, drug smugglers, would buy the opium from the East India Company. Then, these private traders would load up their ships and smuggle the opium into China through the port of Canton and various coastal areas. They will sell it to Chinese drug dealers, who would then distribute it throughout China. Notice what Britain did there. They kept their hands technically clean. The British government wasn't directly selling opium to China. Oh no, that would look bad. Instead, they were just producing it and selling it to independent merchants who
They'll sit here and tell me, like, please, come on, bro. How much good did they do again, Tucker Fucker? How much good did they do? Why were they helping India? Because, you guys are so civilized and shit, you know what I'm saying?
And yet, after 75 years of independence, has that country produced a single building as beautiful as the Bombay train station that the British colonialists built? No, sadly, it has not. Not one. So despite what they may be claiming on Twitter tonight, the British Empire was more than just genocide. In fact, the British did not commit genocide, except arguably against the Dutch during the Boer War. The British did give the world the Magna Carta and habeas corpus and free speech. They helped end the transatlantic slave trade, as well as the ritual murder of widows in India. The British Empire spread Protestant Christianity to the entire world. It published some of the greatest literature ever written and produced the finest manufactured goods ever made anywhere at any time, including now. It was an impressive place run by impressive people.
You see? They did absolutely nothing wrong. Typical. He's the voice of reason. All of a sudden now, everybody's like talking to him about the
Our poll for the night is...
Oh, sorry, I already played that one. A voice of reason. Like, really? Well, I see where this is going. So then, so then he brings up so-called professor, but he's not a professor.
You were the commander-in-chief of...
He's a high school teacher, last name Yang. Okay, so check this out. Look what he's asking him.
The United States, what would you do at this point, as of today?
Commander-in-chief meaning Donald Trump?
Yeah. You get to make the decisions. What does America do next? If it's acting in its own interest, if it's trying to preserve its power and wealth at this point, what does it do?
Well,
preserve power and wealth. What does that mean? Where do you get that power and where do you get that wealth? If United States of America stays in the north and doesn't do anything else, doesn't trade with Mexico, Canada, or anybody else, it would die really fast. Do you understand that shit? So when he says stuff like that, What resources? What power would this country survive on? So let me see if it's on this section here, right here. All right, let's go.
Respected, where America is no longer the bully, but a willing partner in creating a new economic order that benefits everyone and not just a few.
I think that's the wisest possible advice and probably the only path that preserves civilization. But the one country standing in the way of that is Israel, which is the only beneficiary of this war, as you just said. I think that's true. Can you think of another beneficiary other than Israel of this war?
Well, Russia benefits, right? Because Russia's trying to win this war in Ukraine.
That's correct.
And
you know what? Hold on a second, fam. I should have wrote down what exactly I was looking for here, and I did not, and I apologize. So let me just skip that real quick because I'm not going to waste a lot of time playing these videos. I'm going to move on pretty soon. All right, so check this out. Here is a old video. Remember, now he's pushing about the biggest problem is Israel. But before, he wasn't saying that. Before, he was saying that the biggest problems are Muslims. Watch.
This isn't a one-off. Maybe we're misinterpreting what he's saying. Let's listen and you decide.
Iraq is a crappy place filled with a bunch. Iraq is a crappy place filled with a bunch of, semi-literate primitive monkeys. But I just have zero.
Pause it for 1 second. Iraq is a crappy place filled with semi-literate monkeys. Now, I don't imagine there's a lot of people out there who need me to justify the statement that is incorrect and racist.
It's not meant to be taken literal. There's not literal semi-literate monkeys.
Oh, he's just referring to the people there as semi-literate.
Yes.
So he's not saying that's a country full of really smart monkeys.
What he means is that because they are, we shouldn't go to war with them. So I don't agree, but maybe we could build a fucking alliance to end war.
But I just have zero sympathy for them or their culture, a culture where people just don't use toilet paper or forks.
Pause it for 1 second. I can tell you that in addition to using toilet paper and forks in Iraq, by 2006, it was quite clear there was no threat to this country whatsoever. There was our Defense Department, I believe by 2006, was releasing Defense Department numbers that we were responsible for the deaths of over 100,000 civilians. I imagine
with you, their culture is, but you're in
of all these things. That's why they, in part, got rid of the Republicans.
And the way they treat women, I agree with you. Their culture is, but you're in their homeland, and you're over there as an American.
Pause it. I will also say the way they treated women in Saddam Hussein's Iraq was probably one of the most progressive things about that regime.
Yeah, I'm sure he cares a lot about the way they treat women.
Indeed.
And if they didn't have toilet paper in the Saddam era,
but this
because
is
of our sanctions.
The co-host is saying this. Here's Tucker's response.
American who they hate, and they want nothing more than the Americans off of their soil, so they're not going to play games.
They can just shut the fuck up and obey, is my view.
How could you salvage Iraq at this point?
I don't, it's beyond our control. I mean, if somehow the Iraqis decided to behave like human beings or something, he'd need to say, look, I'm a bigot, okay? I'm a bigot. I don't like Islamic extremists. Like, if you are really heavily into Islam, I'm sorry, I don't care for you that much. And I don't care what that sounds like. You can call me a racist. You can call me whatever the fuck you want.
And at this juncture, you could say that and not catch a lot of shit for it.
You certainly could. I'd vote for you if you said that. White men have, they've contributed some, I would say, like creating civilization and stuff. I think they've done a pretty, I don't know, whatever.
Right. White.
Aiding civilization. Man, listen, look, all I'm trying to do, fam, is to point some things out for you guys and expect. Like, it's not going to change if you guys think it's going to change.
All right, guys, we got to talk about the future of the right because
it's not going to change. They're just I don't know, how can I say it? They're just trying to not be so much Trump. I don't know, man. These guys are just kind of like chameleon style type. Point is, they're hateful and they're literally going to sit behind somebody like that guy. Because I think they're cleaning him up just a bit so you can sell Tucker to the nation. But in reality, those are thoughts that he does truly feel. You know, when people say stuff to you, right? Just because they mean it, they're not wasting their fucking time. You know what I mean? Like, they're not wasting their time. It's kind of like people that watch this channel and you got some resentment towards me, at least in one point or another. You know, just unsubscribe, man. Like, why even here? Seriously. Are you guys watching what I'm going to say and shit? That's why you're listening in? Don't even be here. Create your own channel. Do your own things, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's really clear to me now how people really conduct themselves. Even by not saying much, you're saying a lot. Let's continue.
They said they came to kind of see the funeral of CPAC and just confirm that it really was over.
Well, what do they think is coming next? It dies, and what takes its place?
I think it's turning point. And I have to say, I think some of the things that some of the younger people that I talked to were a little bit scary, because they were saying things that sounded a lot like white nationalism. It sounded racist, to be honest.
What did they say?
Well, they were saying basically that the United States was founded by Europeans, and that is the identity of the United States. And it was a mission from God to conquer a land, and the United States was conquered by Europeans, and now that they're blessed, the United States is blessed by God because of conquering the people that lived here before. And it was more about religion and more about Christianity and that identity, and that included things like teaching the Bible in school and teaching it literally, like Noah's flood actually happened, all these things actually happened. So it was very different from the people we talked to before who were like, Trump is number one. This was it seems like it's moving in a different direction that is not Trump, and to me, I find that worrying. But I've heard this from talking to people who have children who are in their 20s or in college. They'll say, "Oh, my son is watching Nick Fuentes all the time," and it's like people you wouldn't expect. Like I think a friend of mine would say that they had a friend who just got really into Nick Fuentes. So it's happening, and you're kind of seeing it bubble to the surface now, which it's very different from the Trump rallies we've gone to. Like the way people are talking about this is very different than what we heard in the past.
So understand what he's saying there. What he's saying is,
you see, and Tucker Carlson is going to be their leader. They always want one. They always need one. They yearn for one. They can't have enough of one. Let's almost finish it up.
We have some breaking news right now, and it is not looking good. As we said right here on this program at the Daily Rumble, that the United States and Israel was planning to use a nuclear weapon on Iran sometime in the near future. Now we have confirmation of that. When everybody was saying that we were crazy and it was fake news and that we were even on the fringe side of news, now we are having confirmation, and it's coming from a member of the UN themselves. Mohammed Safa, a member of the PVA, the Patriotic Vision Association, has just announced his resignation to the UN after citing that the Security Council of the UN is being utilized in order to prepare the UN for a nuclear strike, the first time since World War II. And the consequences of this would be absolutely devastating. We are talking about a nuclear strike potentially on Tehran, a city of 10 million people. And this is a worldwide emergency. You could see nuclear fallout if this were to happen. Other states could respond in kind. We could be on the verge of a nuclear holocaust, and the mainstream news is barely even mentioning it. At the same time, we just had Donald Trump today on True Social state that if Iran does not open up the Strait of Hormuz, which just yesterday he said they already had, but now he's saying they're not, then they are going to enjoy the rest of their stay in Iran by blowing up every single civilian infrastructure that Iran has, including their desalination plants and water plants. At the same time, we have Caroline Leavitt coming out and saying that the United States will be reimbursed for this war from all of the Arab states, which is all news to the Arab states, most of whom didn't ask for this war at all. But now they're going to be footing the bill for a war they didn't want. It is getting completely out of control, guys, and I cannot emphasize this enough. Please share this post with everybody you possibly know. Comment down below, stop the war, and like and follow for more.
Iraq is a crappy place filled with
Sorry, my bad. I forgot to share that with you guys. What up, bro? Good to have you here. It's all good, man. Thank you very much. What up, bro? It's British Israelism. I told you that Whitey's going to claim to be the chosen. Yeah, well, they've been saying that. I shared a book a couple of years ago. I just never continued with it. That supposedly some Khazar wrote. And he was saying that the 10 tribes of Israel were Europeans and that they actually came over here. And that's why this is a promised land and all that shit. You know what I mean? Now it's real blatant, but they're never going to say it up front. Like, they'll put it in their books. Watch, I'll show you, man. And you know, it's like, this is not a how can I say it? Hold on, let me look for the video. Where are you? Give me a moment. Let me look for it. Where the hell is it? I had the link. Hold on. Okay, the way the defending, no. Was it not there? You know, we react to this question about book study. Oh, okay. I have the link. Okay. I got the link. So you make a good point. But remember that this right here. And I believe that they claim to be those people because they know that they're Edom. And again, if you believe in the Bible, it literally says Edom sold their birthright.
It's called A Short Study of the Esau, Edom, and Jewry. And it suggests that there's an Edomite influence in the Ashkenazi Jews. And that influence might be minimal, but we can't overlook it. And so what he says is Ashkenazic Jewry is comprised of 3 elements of not exactly known proportions. So you've got those of Judite descent, those of Idumean origin, and then you've got proselytes of other origins, which is essentially the Khazarians.
Idumean, basically she means from Greeks, Caesar the Great. Those are not Hebrews. They married into Herod. It's from Herod the Great family, all that. If you actually study that stuff, you'll find out. They married a Hebrew woman, and that's how they were considered Jewish. That's why they still carry that concept, even though the Bible says it's for the man. It's of the man, okay?
And so what he's saying is that 2 out of the 3 groups that make up the Ashkenazi Jewry have Edomite bloodline.
Which, just to oversimplify, is the deceptive opposition.
Yes, so
correct?
These would not be true descendants of Israel.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
These would be descendants of Esau. So Esau and Jacob were twins,
right,
and they were the sons of Isaac. And Jacob was renamed Israel. So his bloodline is what makes up the true Israelites. And Esau became the Edomites, and his bloodline became enemies of the true Israelites.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's starting to come into focus for me.
Yeah.
It's a lot to juggle.
For sure.
Okay.
Okay. So then, as I talked about, we've got world Jewry consists of Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews.
And sorry, really quickly, that is, can you make a modern world association with those Ashkenazi and
Sephardic.
And Sephardic.
So
remind me what those are again.
Sephardic would be, and again, I'm not an expert on this, but my understanding is Sephardic would be the Jews that are more indigenous to the land of Israel.
Okay.
So these are people that have Middle Eastern descent.
Okay.
Versus Ashkenazi, more come from Russia, Ukraine, Eastern Europe.
If you follow this channel, I've debunked both of that shit. I didn't want to forget that video. But neither is this one forgetful. Listen to this. This is who they want to put in front of you. This is who is going to be running for president in 2028 for the Republicans. Watch.
A bunch of.
I'm telling it right now. I'm telling you right now. I see it coming.
Iraq is a crappy place filled with a bunch of, semi-literate primitive monkeys. Typical whining from a black politician about how you don't like me because I'm black, using racism as a defense, right? I catch you doing something that, you're a racist. The Congressional Black Caucus exists to blame the white man for everything. And I'm happy to say that in public because it's true. Everybody knows it's true. White men have, they've contributed some, I would say, like creating civilization and stuff. I think they've done a pretty, I don't know, whatever. I still can't get over, Obama saying they're not going to, they're going to attack me because I'm black. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean, that is so low to say something like that.
Well, see, Tucker, here's
when everybody knows that Barack Obama would still be in the state senate in Illinois if he were white.
Hey, Tucker, Obama would kick your ass playing basketball.
Yeah, of course he would. Play basketball? Come on.
He's black. Say it. He's a real brother. Hey, do you think?
I don't know how black he is, but I'm sure he's a good basketball player. He says he is, anyway.
I've been watching Obama's wife. Is it Michelle?
Michelle, yeah. Oh.
It seems like they might have her on. They might be whitening her a little bit. What do you think?
I tell you what. Yesterday she got ghetto and started snapping her neck. I'm like, that's a real sister right there.
No, she needs to do less of that, man. People in Indiana and Pennsylvania.
She's going to be a problem for him.
I find it so funny, bro. Like when you white folks start talking shit about other nations and shit. It's like you don't even realize that you raise little hoes. Like none of your daughters have any understanding of courting. Matter of fact, your daughters, they will sleep with all their friends and then marry the best friend of all their best friends, and all their friends will be the best man of the best friend. I will give it to you though. Your daughters can be hoes and all that shit, and but they will become attorneys and lawyers. I don't. That right there tells me that you guys don't have a spirit in you. It's just more like flesh and mind. That's why they say you're book smart. Book smart. Okay. Well, hey, real quick, I'll be revealed at 24:50 timestamp. But how long? Because like that whole shit is like an hour long. And the only thing that sucks is that it's not different videos. It's just him talking. So you know how it is, bro. Like how long does that? Like 10 minutes of the 24:50 after or what?
She's got an edge to her that's bad.
Yeah, I agree.
People expressing their opinions in America, that's bad.
Yeah, she starts getting that. She starts getting that.
I'm not attacking her personally. I'm just saying, as a public figure, you just get the feeling she's got a major chip on her shoulder.
Not like that.
There's some.
A good immigrant, okay? Remember, this is the guy that they're going to try to put in front of you in 2028, all right? See, Republicans are moving on from trompetas and shit. 5 minutes? Okay, I got you, bro. I'll play it.
Really good.
Trompetas, that's what they want to do. Republicans are trying to move you from trompetas. This is the new face they're going to want to give you.
Good, immigrants. I just think it's, people who come to this country ought to have something to offer. Be hot, be really smart. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. You just need desirable. Exactly. Hot or smart, and that's about it.
Hot or smart, that's right. But people to come over and pick lettuce, I'm not saying that's an undignified, that's great, and I admire people who work hard. But on the other hand, are those people who are going to build, a stronger country 20 years from now?
How could you salvage Iraq at this point?
I don't, it's beyond our control. If somehow the Iraqis decided to behave like human beings or something. But I just have zero sympathy for them or their culture, a culture where people just don't use toilet paper or forks.
Hey, and the way they treat women, you know.
And see, that's another thing, bro. You fucking Anglo-Saxons, bro, stop it, man. You do this shit in Europe. You do that shit here. Your women say that you guys don't wipe your asses. Your women say that you don't wipe your asses because it supposedly it like triggers something in your fucking chicloso. Because apparently when you wipe your butthole, like you feel some weird shit in there. That's why you don't clean your butt because you say that feels gay. No, it's because you probably have some weird shit in your fucking mind on top of the fact that you're dirty. Okay, once again, you're calling people rapists, all this stuff, but who has the propensity to be a serial killer, rapist, murderer, all that shit? White people. Who doesn't like using toilet paper? White people. I'm not lying. Look it up. Look it up. I'm telling you, look it up. Ask your white friends. Ask them. Los gringos, they don't like to use toilet paper. They have a problem with just simply wiping their ass. Seriously.
I agree with you. Their culture is, but you're in their homeland, and you're over there as an American who they hate, and they want nothing more than the Americans off of their soil. So they're not going to play games.
I mean, they can just shut the fuck up and obey, is my view. Well, it's never going to be a civilized country because the people aren't civilized. He'd need to say, look, I'm a bigot, okay? I'm a bigot. I don't like Islamic extremists. Like, if you are really heavily into Islam, I'm sorry, I don't care for you that much. And I don't care what that sounds like. You can call me a racist. You can come where the fuck you want.
And at this juncture, you could say that and not catch a lot of shit for it.
You certainly could. I'd vote for you if you said that.
Basically, we need a racist president. We need to get these Mexicans out here into Islam. Let's kill all the Muslims.
You see? Hey, gringo. I dare you, each one of you, to do it yourselves with no weapons, just your fucking hands. No weapons. Come try to kick us out. No weapons, just your fucking hands. Just your hands. No weapons. Just your hands, no weapons. Try it.
I kind of think, I think you're on to something. I mean, not someone who's like a Klansman or anything, but someone who's totally unbound by PC rules. So we'll just say whatever the hell he wants.
You see who got Trump to win? This guy, people like him.
Our leaders demand that you shut up and accept this. We have a moral obligation to admit the world's poor, they tell us, even if it makes our own country poorer and dirtier and more divided.
You can see this guy is he's pretty dangerous. Let me play this for you right now, brother.
Only given, you're going 16.
All right, so I'm going to play this video for about 4 minutes. Let me do this here, though. Let's see if I could play some. Can't do that. I can't do that. I'm trying to figure out how to do this, fam. So apparently I can't do that. So let me just play it.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you're going to hear tonight is going to be just the beginning of the revelation that those who believe in a master race, those who believe in the theory of white supremacy, those who believe that the Anglo-Aryan race are the true Israelites will discover that they have been conned, they have been scammed, and they are part of an attempt to destroy the United States of America and bring the world once again under the rule of Great Britain. So you had better pay attention. The doctrine of Christian identity, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on, my friend. You know what? All be revealed. Oh man, that shit.
The doctrine.
I'd say this is actually a perfect fucking video, dude. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate you for doing that. That's fat. That's fire. You guys listen to what he said? You listen to what he said? This is what they think. That's what I was saying. This is what they think. This is, and again, I'm not a big listener of Alex Cooper. Probably should be, but it was just from seeing, reading, and just looking at history, bro. It's man, that shit it's great. Listen to this again. I'll be right back. I'm gonna let it play.
What you're going to hear tonight is going to be just the beginning of the revelation that those who believe in a master race, those who believe in the theory of white supremacy, those who believe that the Anglo-Aryan race are the true Israelites will discover that they have been conned, they have been scammed, and they are part of an attempt to destroy the United States of America and bring the world once again under the rule of Great Britain. So you had better pay attention. The doctrine of Christian identity, ladies and gentlemen, and of the British Israelite stems directly from the mysteries. It is one of the biggest scams that has ever been put across to the American people. And all of you who are taking part in it, are, for all intents and purposes, calling Jesus Christ a liar. You are also helping in a great plan to destroy this great nation and bring about a one-world, totalitarian, socialist government upon the face of this earth. And if you listen carefully and take notes, and if you go to the sources that we give you, you will discover this on your own. And if you study your own history, if you are of Aryan or Anglo descent, you will discover that there is no Hebrew root in your language. You will discover that your ancestors were primitive, fierce, terrible tribesmen who indulged in human sacrifice and worshipped the sun in temples such as Stonehenge. And if you're smart, you will join all those people in the world who want freedom, irregardless of their race, color, or creed. You will stop buying in to the Hegelian dialectic of divide and conquer, in which they separate us, feed us lies, and send us off to kill each other, while they place the chains about our ankles. Don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right back after this very short pause.
You know,
Well, if you think that that's not important or has no bearing upon what you're hearing, ladies and gentlemen, continue to listen. Take the doctrine out of your head that you don't want to hear the facts because you already know what you believe. Take the pin labeled Archie Bunker off of the front of your shirt and throw it in the trash can. And pay attention and get smart and wise up. Stop being sheeple. The order of the Holy Grail. Few people are acquainted with the fact that the flower of manhood.
Yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah, I think he just basically slammed him in the face, bro. You are not Hebrews. This goes for you black folks too. Okay, in case you don't know that. Neither one of you are. Facts are becoming very clear to everybody.
It's called
very clear for
a short study.
And I will say, I think I am the only channel that has been pushing against all of these three religions or beliefs, ideologies since 2022. We obviously have brothers that started it sooner. We have some that worked on it, but they were still 12-type chart pushers. But I stuck to my guns. I never pushed 12-type chart shit. I told you who the enemy was in Psalms 83. Some of you guys thought that I was going to be some little friendly guy that you can just talk shit to and maybe call people names and all of a sudden I'm going to be cool with it. Like, no, it doesn't work like that, man. I don't know you guys. And I don't owe you. I don't know you and I don't owe you. You don't get respect, man. You got to earn it, bro. What the fuck's wrong with you guys? Shit is real, bro.
The Esau, Edom, and Jewry. And it suggests that there's an Edomite influence in the Ashkenazi Jews. And that influence might be minimal, but we can't overlook it. And so what he says is Ashkenazic Jewry is comprised of three elements of not exactly known proportions. So you've got those of Judite descent, those of Idumean origin, and then you've got proselytes of other origins, which is essentially the Khazarians. And so what he's saying is that 2 out of the 3 groups that make up the Ashkenazi Jewry have Edomite bloodline.
Which, just to oversimplify, is the deceptive opposition.
Yes, so
correct?
These would not be true descendants of Israel.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
These would be descendants of Esau. So Esau and Jacob were twins,
right,
and they were the sons of Isaac. And Jacob was renamed Israel. So his bloodline is what makes up the true Israelites. And Esau became the Edomites, and his bloodline became enemies of the true Israelites.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's starting to come into focus for me.
Yeah.
It's a lot to juggle.
For sure.
Okay.
Okay. So then, as I talked about, we've got world Jewry consists of Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews.
And sorry, really quickly, that is, can you make a modern world association with those Ashkenazi and
Sephardic?
And Sephardic.
So
remind me what those are again.
Sephardic would be, and again, I'm not an expert on this, but my understanding is Sephardic would be the Jews that are more indigenous to the land of Israel.
Okay.
Moreno's like pointing at himself, bro. Listen, no, you can't. No, listen. In this channel, we debunk that shit too. Please don't get comfortable here. We debunk that shit too. You guys are not Hebrews. 100%. Most of y'all, especially the ones that look like you guys are West African Canaanites. Sub-Saharan bloodline like that. If anybody that's from Africa, quote unquote, probably is North or even East Africa, maybe, but not y'all, bro. Not at all, by far. You don't even fit none of the curses. That's the even funniest part.
So these are people that have Middle Eastern descent.
Okay.
Versus Ashkenazi, more come from Russia, Ukraine, Eastern Europe, European. It's called a short study.
But check it. I wasn't going to play this video today, but you know what? I think we need to. Just gonna let it play. I'm gonna let it play because I think it's mandatory. Remember I think it was this one, I think if I'm not mistaken. I was gonna do a class about this one, Kabbalah and Christian Love. This was it. All right, so let's listen to it. Check it out.
What is Kabbalah? Kabbalah is an ancient occult system of belief, philosophy, cosmology, and most importantly, it's a discipline of ceremonial magic. It is vital to understand that Kabbalah is the antithesis to biblical Christianity and fundamentally opposes Jesus Christ as God.
I'm going to tell you guys right now, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are all wicked as fuck. They all practice Talmudic shit. Trust me, Islam practices Talmudic shit. Christianity practices Talmudic shit, and we already know Judaism is totally Talmudic. All those three religions are wicked as fuck. You guys just don't know that. That's why they're all at war with each other. Wake up, family. Wake up.
The following is from the book Kabbalah Secrets Christians Need to Know by Deanne Lauper. For the last several decades, the church has been the particular target of a massive flood of books and teachings on mysticism, specifically in the form of Jewish mysticism or Kabbalah. The result of this demonic campaign has been a departure from the faith, as many Christians are now looking to the wisdom of the rabbis for answers to their spiritual questions. Like the Gnostics, the Kabbalists view secret knowledge as a path to immortality. Mingled with biblical terminology, these secrets are subtly presented as a means of discovering one's hidden destiny and as a way to becoming more like God. Even as mystical teachings are being covertly brought into the church, what is more astonishing is that many rabbis are openly proclaiming Kabbalah as the only salvation of the world, and that this salvation can only be brought about by a global adherence to the law. This book will attempt to uncover the deception by giving a detailed description of what Kabbalah is and equip believers to recognize it in its morphed form of Christianity. It will also demonstrate that the God of today's Babylonian and Kabbalistic Judaism is not the God of the Bible, and that the current convergence of Christians coming under rabbinic authority will bring them not to the one true God of the Bible, but to the subservience of the God of Kabbalah, Ein Sof, and to its hierarchy of gods. This book will further show that the God of Kabbalah is none other than Lucifer, the serpent and angel of light, whom the sages prophesy will restore knowledge to humanity on a global scale, just as he did in Genesis. The philosophy and doctrines of the Kabbalah are the foundation of the Illuminati. It is a cornerstone of Freemasonry and all occult secret societies, as well as the New Age, Gnostic, Luciferian, and Babylonian mystery religions.
To learn Kabbalah is a very complex thing. I heard conversations of people who claims to teach Kabbalah, very foreign, very dark, very awful methods. I don't want to mention names of one of the most famous teachers of Kabbalah today, very not righteous, a really not righteous man, very, very disappointing, very scary, very dark, and only desiring false methods of the dark secrets and the names, the Kabbalistic codes and numeral values. It's like dark and spooky and evil and very bad, very bad.
This next clip of self-proclaimed prophet and Messianic Jew, Rabbi Jonathan Cahn, is extremely concerning. It shows him teaching an audience of Christians concepts out of the Zohar, which is the main book of Kabbalah.
The Zohar speaks, the rabbis are writing, of the redemption of the world. They speak of life from the dead. They speak of the resurrection, the redemption of the world. The rabbis are saying that all the mercy of God comes from Golgotha. From Golgotha, the place where he died. Calvary means the place of the skull. Golgotha means the place of the skull. They get it all confused. It's an incredible mystical thing that I think the Holy Spirit just got in there. It doesn't make any sense at all. It says, and from this drips salvation, drips resurrection. This is from Rabbi Zohar 128b. In the Golgotha, sit thousands of myriads of worlds. And from the Golgotha, drips dew and fills, the dew fills the world, and the dead will awaken in the world to come as the dew comes forth. The dew is the light of the Ancient One. The light of the Ancient One comes from Golgotha, and as it touches, the dead come to life. From Golgotha is the light of God bringing life from the dead. Golgotha, the radiance of God that brings us life. Whoa. That's amazing stuff. And that may be the first time it's ever been said. And now the very hill, the very place here in, of all places, the rabbinical writings, the Zohar, unwittingly gives the name of it, Golgotha, which is exactly what they would have called it. And teaches that Golgotha is the center of everything, of God's mercy. You want mercy, you go there. Listen to the rabbis. On that point, go there.
Jonathan Cahn is so dangerous here because he has cleverly begun initiating millions of unsuspecting evangelical Christians into the deep, dark mysteries of the occult. In every single one of his teachings, Rabbi Jonathan Cahn proclaims to be a prophet, exposing hidden codes and riddled mysteries that only his rabbinic wisdom has been able to decipher. But the truth is that he is deceptively and purposely initiating Christians into the mysteries of high Kabbalism. His followers are being subconsciously programmed to thirst for rabbis and their Jewish mysticism, for hidden spiritual truths, rather than holding to the clear and precise teachings of Christ Jesus and the apostles found in the New Testament. This is by design and part of the Kabbalist agenda. In God's word, we don't need to decode secret mysteries, unravel sealed up messages, decipher clues, or pull back the veil on hidden things. All that we need, all that God wants us to know, is contained in the Bible. Partaking of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil is forbidden. Gnosticism is a very old heresy that teaches that the truth is hidden and has to be decoded, uncovered, unlocked, unveiled, and learned through initiation. Therefore, rebuke them sharply, that they may be sound in the faith, not giving heed to Jewish fables and commandments of men who turn from the truth. To the pure, all things are pure. But to those who are defiled and unbelieving, nothing is pure, but even their mind and conscience are defiled. But you are not to be called rabbi, for you have one teacher, and you are all brothers. And call no man your father on earth, for you have one Father, who is in heaven. Neither be called instructors, for you have one instructor, the Christ. The greatest among you shall be your servant. Whoever exalts himself will be humbled, and whoever humbles himself will be exalted. The high priest then questioned Jesus about his disciples and his teaching. Jesus answered him, I have spoken openly to the world. I have always taught in synagogues and in the temple, where all Jews come together. I have said nothing in secret.
The dangerous Kabbalah is that they want people not studying until they're ready for it. because of various reasons. No one would be able to understand that stuff. I myself, I've been kind of emphasizing in the mystical traditions of Judaism for over 20 years now. Whenever I find my way to a piece of Torah that's the dangerous stuff, I never can make heads or tails. I don't understand what in the world's going on over there.
The Kabbalah is a belief system that predates religion and predates Judaism as an organized religion. It's a belief system. It's incredibly scientific. And as I said, it predates religion. I think people, a lot of the rituals, all of the rituals have been appropriated by the Jewish faith. I was looking for something. I'd begun practicing yoga. I find that the Kabbalah and Buddhism and other religions or philosophies that I've been studying they're more adaptable to modern living, to modern life. It makes me think that at one time there was one thought. Yeah, so all paths lead to God.
Yeah. Well, Madonna, if all paths lead to God, then that would mean that everything is true. And if everything were true, then nothing is true. But we read in Matthew chapter 7, verses 13 and 14, "Wide is a gate and broad is a way that leads to destruction, and there are many who go in by it. Narrow is the gate and difficult is the way, which leads to life, and there are few who find it."
Hi, my name is Roseanne Sherry Barr. My Hebrew name is Shana Rivka, and I wrote this book, Roseanarchy, Dispatches from the Nut Farm, and it's about my Jewish upbringing and my Jewish ethics and my Jewish everything. My book is kind of me rewriting Torah because, as they say, after you study Kabbalah for 50 years and are bearded, you are qualified to write commentary. And the kids now, they have this MILF thing, Mothers I'd Like to F. It's like kind of a porn thing. So the JILF is Jews I'd Like to. And it's about my generation of JILFs. And how we are the sexiest and hottest of all women. And we have, had a world open to us that wasn't open to any women before us. To be able to openly study Kabbalah is that's a new thing for JILFs.
And I wanted to know the answers. And I heard about these classes they were teaching. I heard they were very scientific in nature, not dogmatic and religious, and it didn't matter where you came from or what religious faith you were brought up in. And I heard the teacher was brilliant.
And he's a rabbi.
He's a rabbi, yeah.
So it's generally considered a sect of Judaism, is it not?
It is the mystical interpretation of the Torah.
Where does Kabbalah come from? The Kabbalah is a religion of the Antichrist and is a revelation of the government of Lucifer. The Kabbalah is the original religion from the serpent in Eden that tempted Eve with the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The serpent deceived her into believing she too could become like God. The great fall of man began with this forbidden tree, and this same tree is a Sephirot tree in Kabbalah. Kabbalistic knowledge was passed down through satanic secret doctrines of the Chaldean, Phoenician, and Egyptian mystery religions, and was adopted and appropriated by the ancient Israelites while they were being held captive in Babylon between 600 and 500 BC. Kabbalah was then transmitted orally by the rabbis, eventually to be interwoven into what is now considered modern Judaism, as they strayed far from God's commandments, perverting their religion. After the Jews were released from captivity, foreign conquest drove the wicked Pharisees to hide the powerful dark knowledge of the Kabbalah and make it secret.
So Kabbalah, but always taught in a very secretive group. You had to be on the inside to get the wisdom. You had to know somebody that knew somebody to get invited. Hey, meet me in the forest by the tree, and we have a small study group over there. So you had to be the right type of person. You had to have the right amount of wisdom, and you had to be trusted with this wisdom as well. It's not written for everyone to understand. It's written in a language. It's almost like a map that you need a key to decode. It's like any cryptology. It's written in a language that you need. But instead of, the language is decipherable in and of itself. It's written in Hebrew and Aramaic, and you can read it and translate the words, but the meaning of it, you need that key to really understand it. That as this was taught, secretively, in smaller groups, in exclusive settings, throughout the ages, throughout the centuries. It's important to remember that those teachers and those students, they did understand what it was talking about, obviously. They understood it, and they explained it, and they taught it, and it was well understood. The idea was, though, that this is not meant for everybody, and so we're going to leave it in esoteric language. Number one, people shouldn't understand it. Number two, they shouldn't try to understand it. And number three, it can remain kind of the exclusive hold of those that need access to it.
The Kabbalah is a collection of Jewish magical texts which were given to mankind via psychic communion with a fallen angel called Raziel. Raziel is one of a pantheon of so-called fallen angels who serve the light-bringer, Lucifer. The Kabbalah describes the many angels and demons who inhabit the spiritual realm. The Kabbalah gives Kabbalists a roadmap called the Tree of Life, which explains how to invoke and communicate with these powerful spirits. The magical information in the Kabbalah originates from Babylon and ancient Egypt at the time of the pharaohs, but did not reach Europe in printed form until the 11th and 12th centuries. The sacred books of the Kabbalah are just a few thousand words long, but they contain complex descriptions of a spherical Earth, parallel universes, and the atomic nature of matter, ideas which have become common doctrine amongst modern physicists and astronomers. How could such complex information be contained in a group of ancient texts barely larger than an average magazine? The answer is that the Kabbalah is written in code. Codes are used to conceal multi-layered complex information which would later be studied by medieval alchemists. Sir Isaac Newton and many leading scientists studied the rich occult sciences within the Kabbalah. There was a time when mysticism, religion, alchemy, astronomy, and astrology were studied as one Kabbalistically based tradition. Jewish physicist Albert Einstein conveyed pages and pages of complex calculations in a simple 5-symbol code. E equals mc squared. Modern-day quantum physics, chaos theory, and the notion of parallel universes can all be traced back to the original texts of the ancient Kabbalah.
When I first made the correlations between Kabbalah and science, I was stunned.
We do know that Isaac Newton had access to certain mystical texts, certain texts of the Kabbalah.
Well, the Kabbalistic description of creation is coming from a single little point, from a speck, and of having matter form and time and space form all together at the very beginning. This sounds very much to me like the description of the Big Bang.
All the things that could destroy string theory, all the things that do destroy every rival theory to string theory, they are all eliminated in precisely 10 and 26 dimensions. These dimensions are magic. We physicists don't know where these dimensions come from.
The Zohar says those things. It could have been a lucky guess. I don't know.
In her book, Deanne Lauper does a fantastic job at explaining why so many will be deceived by Kabbalah's enlightened pseudoscience quantum physics, and how it embodies the end times religious deception of ecumenism. As in Kabbalah, today's science of quantum physics is a study of the interconnectedness of all things. Matter and energy are said to be held together in a unified field of light. In simple terms, quantum physics is the observation of invisible particles. Atoms, electrons, monads, quarks, superstrings, frequencies, vibrations in another dimension, and the effect of those particles on the material world by the observer. Because everything is made of atoms, we are all one at the subatomic level. We are all part of this force of light that connects and holds everything together. Thus, it is said, the new science of quantum physics will prove what Kabbalah has always taught, that God is in every person.
Tutte le religioni sono un cammino per arrivare a Dio.
Because every religion is a way to arrive at God.
Sono, dirò una comparazione, sono come diverse lingue, diversi idiomi per arrivare lì.
Sort of a comparison, an example would be they're sort of like different languages in order to arrive at God.
Qualcuno Sikh, qualcuno musulmano, qualcuno
Muslim,
Hindi, qualcuno cristiano,
Indo,
ma
Christian.
sono diversi cammini.
They're different paths.
Can you begin to see the picture that's being painted here? To the undiscerning, itching ears, Kabbalah sounds incredible, with its promises and revelation of divinity within every single person and with every single thing. But when all paths lead to God, then good and evil will eventually become blurred lines. Soon, the ideas of what is good and what is evil will become reversed and inverted. Truth will no longer exist, and those who seek it will ultimately be despised and hated. Let it be known to all of you and to all the people of Israel that by the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, whom you crucified, whom God raised from the dead, by him this man is standing before you well. This Jesus is the stone that was rejected by you, the builders, which has become the cornerstone. And there is salvation in no one else, for there is no other name under heaven given among men by which we must be saved.
The higher secrets of the Kabbalah included instructions on how to kill a person with just one look. This is called the evil eye. The magical name for the evil eye is En-Ha-Ra. In a wax cylinder recording made in 1921, we can hear British black magician and part-time espionage agent Aleister Crowley invoking the fallen demon angel Raziel and En-Ra-Ha, the evil eye.
Aleister Crowley is one of the most famous practitioners of Kabbalah black magic. He founded the religion of Thelema in the early 20th century. He called himself the most wicked man in the world, as well as labeling himself the 666 beast from the book of Revelation in the Bible. Aleister Crowley's work served as a basis for the famous Babylon working ritual, performed by the founder of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, and jet engine scientist Jack Parsons. The Kabbalistic ritual was an intense ceremony, performed for months, from January through March 1946, near the future site of what would soon become Area 51. Aleister Crowley's black magic is practiced heavily within the modern music industry. He's on the cover of the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band album. Evidence of Kabbalah witchcraft permeates the Beatles' music and artwork. Aleister Crowley's famous slogan of "Do what thou wilt" is used by rapper and husband to Beyoncé, Jay-Z, on his clothing line. David Bowie referenced Aleister in the lyrics to Quicksand, and Ozzy Osbourne paid tribute to him with a whole song titled Mr. Crowley. Jimmy Page, the lead singer of Led Zeppelin, was heavily influenced by Crowley's writings and teachings, and he even owned a house that was previously occupied by Crowley. Do What Thou Wilt was also printed on one of Led Zeppelin's vinyl albums.
Since medieval times, the Jewish people have been considered a race of magicians. The biblical rabbis used shaman-type techniques to induce altered states of consciousness. Fasting, flagellation, and burying oneself up to the neck were all techniques used to prepare the rabbi-magician for a battle through the 7 portals of the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, where they would eventually meet the supreme deity in a realm called the Merkaba. The collection of texts called the Kabbalah were eventually transcribed by Rabbi Isaac the Blind in Provence in the south of France during the 12th century. For the first time in its 6,000-year history, the ancient magical techniques of invoking fallen demonic angels and killing someone using the evil eye were put down on paper. The Kabbalistic writings of Isaac the Blind fell into the hands of a group of 9 French noblemen. These noblemen became known as the Knights Templar. The word cabal, meaning a group who conspire together, comes from the word Kabbalah. One such cabal, who were to later inspire a whole armada of black magic cults and Freemasonry, were the so-called Knights Templar. They laughingly called themselves the Poor Knights of Christ, but these men were far from poor. They deliberately styled themselves as monks, so that they could go about their Luciferian Kabbalistic studies and conduct business without being taxed nor arouse suspicion from the Vatican. The Kabbalistic higher secrets of ritual sodomy, the evil eye, chanting incantations, necromancy, blood sacrifice, and invoking the fallen angels in service to Lucifer fascinated the French Knights Templar. They realized that the Kabbalah originated in Palestine, and once they had realized that the Kabbalah was the key to untold spiritual magical power, they cunningly planned a bloody crusade to Palestine in order to search for more Kabbalistic and magical artifacts. They eventually discovered and looted the Temple of Solomon. Solomon was a biblical magician king who is accredited with inspiring large parts of the corpus of works we now know as the Kabbalah. The Knights Templar arrived in Palestine with one main goal: to stop the Muslims from gaining any knowledge about the Kabbalah. Historical Islamic oral accounts from the 12th century testify to a sickening crusade of plunder, torture, murder, and sexual depravity. The Knights Templar, once they had discovered the magical teachings of the Kabbalah, were dedicated utterly to destroying its origins so that they might hold its secrets exclusively. Archaeologists have found ample evidence of tunnels constructed by the Templars in Jerusalem. They are... After 200 years of Kabbalistic magic and bloodthirsty crusades, wantonly murdering children, women, and engaging in ritualized sodomy, the French Knights Templar were rounded up, tortured, and executed. Many confessions told of the Knights Templar monks ritually sodomizing each other, invoking evil spirits, and implanting these spirits into animals such as cats. Various black magic artifacts were confiscated from castles owned by the Knights Templar, including silver caskets containing desiccated heads and skulls. The Knights Templar referred to these heads as Baphomets. They were placed at the center of a round table. Templars would then conduct a seance invoking the spirit of Lucifer to speak through the head. The most damning information exposed them as anti-Christs. Several Knights Templar confessed that the image of Jesus was spat upon and trampled during Kabbalistic rituals, a satanic tradition which is still practiced to this day at lodges of the Ordo Templi Orientis, which was once headed by Aleister Crowley. Many Knights Templar bribed their way out of prison and escaped to Scotland and the Mediterranean island of Malta. They first renamed themselves the Sovereign Knights of Malta, and then, after establishing trade routes to North America long before Christopher Columbus, they re-emerged in Scotland, calling themselves Freemasons. All versions of Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, the Skull and Bones, the Palladian Rite of Freemasonry, Co-Masonry, Scottish Rite Masonry, the Ku Klux Klan, and Crowley's Ordo Templi Orientis are derived from the original Kabbalistic rituals of the Knights Templar.
If that doesn't ring a fucking bell in your head, I don't know what will.
That's gonna hurt!
Get the fuck out of here with this shit.
Fuck that puto! Fuck that puto!
You know, I started this channel, man, with the purpose of sharing to our gente who they are according to history and the Bible. I never wanted this to get personal with people at all, man. But, you know, I tried. And maybe it was my mistake, man. Because I'm not really the people type, you know. And I told brothers that are, like, a little bit around my age that are teaching, right? I have brothers that talk to them often. I told them, man, maybe you know, maybe you guys are better at that than me. Maybe I'm not. I'm too blunt. Maybe you guys just don't like people being honest. But when somebody tells you they don't like something, why don't you just listen to them? Why is it so hard to be like, okay, my bad, bro, and move on? Why the fuck do you guys have to be right? It's like if somebody tells me they don't like something, fine, let's move on. It's not that hard. It's not that complicated. And then you want to say, oh, the mission is bigger than... Come on, man, stop.
Albert Pike said this about Freemasonry in this very book. He says that Freemasonry is based almost totally on the Kabbalah.
Yes.
Jewish magic.
Yes.
And many Jewish rabbis have admitted this, and they say that in all of the rituals of Freemasonry, you will find the Kabbalah, the system of magic of the Jews. For example, the 30th degree of Freemasonry is the Knights of Kadosh.
Yes.
And it involves skulls and black robes and a knight laying in a coffin speaking from the dead.
Yes.
And all of this turning to the god of the underworld, the gods of the underworld, is all related to Jewish Kabbalah because they believe in necromancy, yes, communication with the dead. And they believe that in the last days, a Kabbalistic master will come upon the earth, and there will be a Jewish utopia, a new world order of the Jews, but they must go along with what are called the Noahide laws and be good Gentiles and go along with Kabbalah. And if they recognize that the Holy Spirit is the serpent. And by the way, that's also taught in the 32nd degree of Freemasonry, that is, the serpent is the Holy Spirit. Right. And he is going to encircle the earth.
On July 14th, 1889, 33rd degree Freemason Albert Pike revealed the God they worship in the Masonic lodges when issuing instructions to the 23rd Supreme Councils of the world. We worship a God, but it is the God one adores without superstition. To you, Sovereign Grand Inspectors General, 33rd degree Masons, we say this, that you may repeat it to the brethren of the 32nd, 31st, and 30th degrees. The Masonic religion should be, by all of us initiates of the high degrees, maintained in the purity of the Luciferian doctrine. If Lucifer were not God, would Adonai, whose deeds prove cruelty, perfidy, and hatred of man, barbarism, and repulsion for science, would Adonai and his priests calumniate him? Yes, Lucifer is God, and unfortunately, Adonai is also God.
You see how he's questioning the word? Basically, he's saying that God lied at the initial since the beginning, and why would he be on your side? And I guess you could say he has good arguments. I mean, first of all, it's not one God, it's several. Then second, I mean, he's got a good point when it says Genesis 3, the fall of man. The serpent says to him, hey, listen, or says to her, you're not going to die. What do you mean? Nah, you're not going to die. You're just going to know about being good and about good and evil. Right? That's like the basics of the story. Right? The book, the way the book works. See, let's read it a little bit. It says, for God, it says here, and the serpent, Genesis 3:4, and the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die. For God doth know that in that day ye shall eat thereof. Then your eyes shall be open, and you shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Remember about dying? Now we got to look up the word, what it means in actual Hebrew, but for now, let's just read it. And it continues. Right? So here we see that, hey, if you eat this shit, woman, you're going to die. The serpent says to the woman, you're not going to die. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eye, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat. Pause. Did she die? No. Right? Because she was told initially if she did eat that shit, she would die. But then she didn't die. And did eat. So since she didn't die, and she gave to her husband. And gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. He didn't die.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
So far, he's not lying. The serpent didn't lie there. And the eye of both of them were open, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves of aprons, right? So now we're seeing that, like, oh shit, something occurred to them. But remember, they were told that they were going to die. Right? So now watch this. So now God calls Adam, and he's talking to him, letting him know, yo, what the fuck? He's like, well, that woman you sent to me, man, she fucking, gave me that shit. So then God says, verse 14, and the Lord God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and thus shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity, meaning battle, argument, anger, between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. He's talking to the what do you call it? The serpent. But he's talking about seed now. Thought this was all spiritual. We know that seed means something, right? But hold on, that's not the point. I'm just trying to get you to think about this. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In solitude shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to the husband, and he shall rule over thee. And unto Adam he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of the wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I command thee, saying, thou shalt not eat of the curse of it, Cursed is the ground for thy sakes, and sorrow thou shalt eat of it all the days of thy life. Okay, so we see now the actual curse. But check this out. Watch verse 1. There's a reason why I read it this way. And now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Ye, had God said, shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the tree of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. So this is exactly what he says. The serpent said unto the woman, You will not die. Did she die? Did Adam die? You see, so this concept that they're saying that if Lucifer were not God, would Adonai, whose deeds prove his cruelty, perfidy, and hatred of man, barbarism and repulsion of science, would Adonai and his priests culminate him? Yes, Lucifer is God, and unfortunately Adonai is also God. But the eternal law is that there is no light without shade. There's no light without shade. Watch. No beauty without ugliness. No white without black. For the absolute can only exist as two gods. You see what they're saying? They're basically saying that this creator from Genesis 1 is the wicked one. And it was in Genesis 3, which we find out about the good God, supposedly. If you look at the actual entire book of Genesis, you actually see a pattern of how things are going. Because right after that chapter, you see chapter 4, and it talks about creation of good and evil. Once again, but we heard about creation of good and evil here. God had created, and then evil came. Now, all of a sudden, we want to be told that this is the right way. Now, my friends, you got to think twice about what the fuck you're reading. But, who am I to know, right?
For the eternal law is that there is no light without shade, no beauty without ugliness, no white without black. For the absolute can only exist as two gods, darkness being necessary to light to serve as its foil. Thus, the doctrine of Satanism is a heresy, and the true and pure philosophic religion is a belief in Lucifer, the equal of Adonai. But Lucifer, God of light and God of good, is struggling for humanity against Adonai, the God of darkness and evil. Masonry is a search after light. That search leads us directly back to the Kabbalah. All Masonic associations owe Kabbalah their secrets and their symbols. Albert Pike from Morals and Dogma. The following quote is taken from Manly P. Hall in his book, The Lost Keys of Freemasonry, on page 124. When the Mason learns that the key to the warrior on the block is a proper application of the dynamo of a living power, he has learned the mystery of his craft. The seething energies of Lucifer are in his hands, and before he may step onward and upward, he must prove his ability to properly apply energy. The theories of Kabbalism are inextricably interwoven with the tenets of alchemy, Hermeticism, Rosicrucianism, and Freemasonry. Manly P. Hall, 33rd degree Freemason. Kabbalah and the Androgyny Agenda. The following is from the book Beware the World to Come by Christopher John Bjerknes, the world's leading and most extensive secular researcher into the Kabbalah. The Jewish mystical set of beliefs known as Kabbalah professes that the corruption of the androgyne gods and of androgynous Adam into distinctly male and female forms was a terrible calamity that needs to be rectified through a process the Kabbalists call Tikkun Olam. This expression means that Jewish people must repair the world. They believe that this process of repairing the damage began about 6,000 years ago, when Adam was created, then divided into Adam and Eve, and needs to be completed now, or terrible things will happen.
You already said it, it needs to be divided. That's the part of the Talmud. That's the Talmud's understanding of the creation. Androgynous concepts, okay? Seriously.
Fixing
read some of these books to you guys.
Human beings by making them androgynous will also repair the gods and return them to their androgynous state, because what happens on earth affects what happens in heaven. The androgyny agenda is a religious agenda. It is a Kabbalistic agenda. This androgyny-based ancient religion holds that not only are male and female one being in the proper order of things, but that the beginning and end of history are also of one and the same form. That is to say, that human beings must and will return back to their original state of androgyny and mirror the gods, who will follow suit and once again become androgynes when the world has been repaired, as above, so below. For example, according to Kabbalah, humanity was created about 6,000 years ago in the androgynous form of Adam, and must return to that androgynous state in the world to come, Olam Haba. In fact, the Messianic age which is about to begin will not arrive unless and until human beings are converted back into androgynes. The clock then began to run on a countdown of 6,000 years, during which time it is hoped that the descendants of Adam and Eve will have repaired the world and merged back together into androgynous beings. Androgynous Adam had within him, her, all the 600,000 twin souls of the Jews, the androgynous souls of all the Jews that had become separated into male and female half-souls.
Let me just say this to you, brothers and sisters, too. At the end of the day, whether you look at the Old Testament, for example, if you go to Genesis 17, it talks about Abram. Or when you go to Isaiah 51:1, hearken to me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord. Look unto the rock whence ye are hewed, and unto the hole of the pit whence ye are digged. Look unto Abraham, not Abram anymore, from Genesis 17, your father. Look unto Abraham your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. For I called him alone and blessed him and increased him. He didn't say look unto your mom, Virgin Mary. He didn't say look unto particular people. If you want to know your heritage, he didn't say to look unto Jesus. He said look unto Abraham your father. That's your heritage, okay? First and foremost. Now, why do you guys think that Paul talked about Abraham all the time? Why was he justified? Does anybody even fucking know why? I'm sure nobody can answer that question. Not even BHI, not even Christmas Christians, because it's not convenient for them. You understand that? It's not. Maybe BHI could talk about it, but I don't think they can further go into it because then it's going to take them away from Africa. Please, by all means. Abraham is a particular character here in this book. But I think in Galatians, he tells these people, read verse 21. Let's see. Verse 21 through 25. And if you still think you're like, remember the argument about, what was his name? Tucker Carlson. He was arguing with Huckabee. And he said, wait a minute, Huckabee, are those guys spiritual people of Abraham? Like, how is that land of promise? Okay, sounds good. I get it. That's a good argument. But I can also use that against you, Tucker fucker Carlson, and be like, how are you forgiven of your sins or even involved in this Bible if you're not even fucking part of the Bible? Oh, it's because Abraham had many people, many children. Wait a minute, but the Bible talks about Israelites. Oh, well, it's because, we're all spiritual Israelites. You guys say the fucking same thing. Let's continue, by the way. Because this answer regarding Abraham is real easy. It's real easy to answer this answer of Abraham. Continue.
When Adam split into Adam and Eve. One of androgynous twin souls resides on earth and is separated into its male aspect and its female aspect. Jews are reincarnated over and over again during the 6 days or 6,000 years of creation, because they are imperfect and must repair themselves bit by bit in each successive incarnation of their half-souls. Their beliefs in some respects mirror those of Hinduism, Buddhism, Pythagoreanism, and Platonism. They repair themselves and the world by following the
Something, here's the funny part, that Christianity has the same fucking shit. Hold on a second. See, this is
Pythagoreans.
it's interesting that you guys are arguing with each other. Watch, listen to
Beliefs in some respects mirror those of Hinduism, Buddhism,
Hinduism, Buddhism, and Pythagoreanism. Hinduism, Buddhism, and Pythagoreanism. Now, you know what? That's Christianity. Oh, believe it if you want me to break it down.
Pythagoreanism, and Platonism. They repair themselves and the world by following the 613 commandments, or mitzvot, of their Canaanite gods, El and Asherah, whom they have renamed Yahweh and Shekinah. Commandments, or mitzvot.
That right there. So, in the same breath, their belief in some respects mirrors those of Hinduism, Buddhism, Pythagoreanism. It's Christianity. Pythagoras, you need to understand exactly what religion he believed in. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Pythagoras was a believer of Sol Invictus. Sol Invictus. Sol Invictus. Sol Invictus. It's, oh, and Platoism. That's Christianity. Isn't that what they believe in? Funny, man. I mean, you guys base the Christ of the Bible's life off of Greek Roman, theology, right? That's what you base it off of. You're kind of reflecting yourself.
Of their Canaanite gods, El and Asherah, whom they have renamed Yahweh and Shekinah.
Crazy. This is crazy right here. Check it. Right there. See, I since my mind doesn't go there. Like, I don't think about going there. You get what I mean? The Talmud, a huge authoritative compendium of Jewish legal tradition, contains in fact less than 8 genders designation, including. By the way, I believe that's true to be because I don't think you guys even really, you don't only focus on the Torah or the Tanakh. Like, let's say you're not into the New Testament. I get it. But you're into the Talmud, Mishnah, all of that weird stuff, right? All that luminary beliefs. All that Mohammadi stuff. You know what I'm saying? It says here, Zakar, male, Nekeva, female, androgynous, having both male and female characteristics. Okay, what the fuck does that mean? Okay, I have children myself. I don't even know what you're saying right now. Androgynous, having both male and female characteristics. Does that happen often in your race? For you to make it like 8? Tuntum, lacking sexual characteristics. What do you mean by that? Iolnut Hamat, identified female at birth, but later naturally developed male characteristics. Like Butch? Adam, identified female at birth. Wait, hold on. Identified female at birth, but later naturally developed male characteristics. Identified female at birth, but later developed male characteristics. Is that the same thing through human intervention? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. So then this is one of the same, but branched off? Whoa. And then it says, Saris Hamad, identified male at birth, but later naturally developing female characteristics. So I guess Saris Adam is identified male at birth and later developing female characteristics. In fact, not only did the rabbis recognize 6 genders, that they were neither male nor female, they had a tradition that the first human being was both, meaning Adam. Versions of this Mishra are found throughout the rabbinic literature, including the Talmud. Rabbi Yirmiyah ben Elazar also said Adam was first created with 2 faces, one male and the other female. And as it is stated, you have formed me behind and before and laid your hand upon me. That's not what Psalms 39:5 is saying. Let's read it.
I'm gonna try and show why I believe that my celebrity crush Jake Gyllenhaal is actually born a woman, a biological female who's transformed into a male by use of puberty blockers, HRT, hormone replacement therapy before puberty. So it's not like Jake was a woman and then just turned into a man. I mean, Jake never went through puberty of a woman, so they're.
I'm pretty sure they go through that shit, but I'm not gonna like I'm not concerned with that shit. Let her deal with that, because I think it's a personal problem. Let's go. It's because she's all sad about it. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
The Adam Kadmon, and Adam Kadmon is a religious Jewish prototype. People ask me all the time, why would anybody want to change their gender? And you know, this goes into Adam Kadmon ideology. This is their religion. And this is not something that I just made up. You can go look this up for yourself. You can read into it. You can see what they believe. It's all written down. And remember, this is never about one specific person. The only reason that I chose Jake Gyllenhaal to show you is because I did have a crush on Jake Gyllenhaal, and it's ego-shattering to find out that you've been lusting after the same sex. So for those of you who are not at all familiar with the content that I share, I guess I will show you some open male to female transgenders so that you have an easier time discerning what it is that I am trying to show you. This is what they look like. Okay, please, they've given you a misconception in the mass media of what transgender looks like. See the man face? Do you see the man face? It's just fake. Fake. It's just...
None of us said anything about this particular case right here. Because we thought, well, that's how ugly you fucking people look like. You know what I'm saying? And we're like, maybe that's what they're into, you know, like just, but look at that. How's that a woman? I mean, that's a good point, you know? See the concept of the up and down, as above, so below, right? The concept of the up and down. See the wiener or the wiener in or the wiener out. This is pretty, it goes real deep, bro, if you really don't realize what you're following. All of you guys that use that star and shit and claim yourselves to be so-called Hebrews, that just tells you exactly what you guys are doing.
I just want to pause right here for a moment and reiterate that although this research sounds, under today's very politicized and politically correct atmosphere, it might sound like this is anti-Semitic. quote unquote, or bigoted. However, we're
Okay, so that's not the only words they use on everybody, okay? There's this one called, I think this one. Hold on. Is it this one? Hold on a second. See if it's here. I think, what is it? Nah. It's something like a word called shishka or something like that. I saw my wife watching this series, and it was like this lady calling this other woman a shishka, right? Like a shishka. Oh yeah, here it goes right here. Look. All right, so check it. I heard this movie. It was like these so-called Jews and these white folks. The son of a Jew and the daughter of a white dude were getting married. The mom of the Jew was calling her shiksa. So it's often a disparaging term for a Gentile woman or a girl. The word, which is of Yiddish origin, has moved into English usage and some Hebrew usage, which is not, as well as Polish and German. That's what it really is. Mostly North American Jewish culture. So when you guys hear that shiksa is probably derived, like basically there's like abomination, impure, object of loathing, like fuck. I was tripping on that, man, because like, you know, they're playing that on Netflix. And, you know, you guys are okay with that. Like, I mean, that's exactly what you see, right? It's not just that word. It's Sikhs, so it's Goy, East, Goyim. Let's go.
just going where the research into their own writings take us. And here's a disclaimer from the author, Christopher John Beer.
The big word called projection. You are some projecting motherfuckers, bro. Idol worshippers, Edomites, Edom, Goyim, Esau, Amalekites, Esau, Goy. I mean, it's like you guys are literally projecting. You are saying exactly who you are. You know, that's the funny part. But let's continue seeing your downfall.
Darkness on page 26 of his book. Please note that throughout this book, the religious views expressed are not those of your present author, but rather a representation of the views and beliefs of those who have pursued the extermination agenda and the androgyny agenda throughout history. Your author does not believe in ancient or current mythologies of any kind. Even if you start out reading this book with no knowledge whatsoever of Gnosticism or Kabbalism, you will learn sacred secrets and come to understand mystical doctrines known only to a few adepts alive today.
So when you are, let's say, someone that's looking for answers but desperate, you will fall into that. Sometimes, man, you just have a spirit that can discern when something goes too far and you know you can't go that route. You know what I'm saying? And some of you don't go there. Matter of fact, I remember this cat in IUIC, bro, and he used to worship Satan. And I'm like, okay, how do you do that? How do you go that far? And then all of a sudden you like would, you know, black Jesus and shit. How do you do that? Because I mean, I believe it takes a lot for you to go that far. Check this out.
Okay, with that said, let's resume. According to the Kabbalah, when the Jewish metagod Ein Sof decided to create the universe, it first contracted itself to make way for the divine.
That Ein Sof is that Sephiroth right there, okay? That's what that is.
Divine light of its being to enter the newly created vacuous space, Tzimtzum, and form the objects of creation. The Ein Sof.
What it's saying, so for example, Watch, pay attention. Ian Self decided to create the universe. It first contracted itself to make a way for the divine light of its being to enter the newly created vacuous space and form the object of creation. So he's talking about Genesis 1, that this was a vacuum. The earth was formed without form and void. So the earth was without form and void. Hold on a second. All right, I'm about to finish, fam. My son needs help. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So here at this point, it looks like what? Just if you read it for this context, that it was all water, right? The Spirit of God moved upon the face of waters, of the waters. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. The deep, okay, right? But here, they're saying something different. They're talking about something totally different. They're not talking about Genesis 1, okay? Huh. No, it doesn't want to play. What a bum. Are you serious? What the hell, bro? Oh, that was weird.
According to the Kabbalah, when the Jewish metagod Ein Sof decided to create the universe, it first contracted itself to make way for the divine light of its being to enter the newly created vacuous space, Tzimtzum, and form the objects of creation. The Ein Sof then placed its divine light into 10 vessels.
Those 10 vessels are each one of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay? That's what it's talking about. And each one has a crown. Well, each one is its own crown, meaning its own power.
Sephiro, to contain it. 7 of these Sephirotic vessels tragically shattered and introduced shards of Tohu Va Bohu, chaos and void, into creation. The fragmented vessels covered the divine sparks of light in shells of darkness, Kelipat, which need to be purged from the world so that purity and light can fill the world and take the place of the evil shells within the Tzimtzum, the vacuum, which arose when the Ein Sof contracted itself. This process of removing evil and revealing divine sparks of light, ridding the world of the shells of darkness to leave room for the light, is called Tikkun Olam, which term means the restoration of the world by the descendants of Adam and Eve, the Jews, who are composed of the divine light. Gentiles are shells of darkness which conceal the light and clutter the Tzimtzum with their evil presence. In order for the vacuum to be filled with the good of light and only with divine light, Gentiles must cease to exist, because they are not only evil darkness incarnate, but are shells that conceal and displace the holy light. Darkness must give way to light, and Gentiles, who are called the sons of darkness, must give way to the Jews, who are styled the sons of light, so that the universe can be restored to its original perfect state of purity and order in the world to come. And human beings and the gods must return to their perfect androgynous state.
Did you hear that?
Who are you?
And you know, it's not far-fetched, because they do believe that Adam is Eve. Seriously. That's in their Talmud, that he's androgynous, 2 sexes. Watch.
Gentiles are not only sons of darkness, meaning that Satan created them by sleeping with Eve to bear Cain, they are also daughters of the strange god Satan. The only means that the Jews have to reform the androgynous godhead of Yahweh and Shekinah is to make human beings androgynous and to build the third temple to their gods in Jerusalem. Because the gods in heaven mirror what the Jewish people do on earth, should the Jews once again become androgynes, the gods will also become androgynous, and order will return to heaven and to earth. This tikkun, or repair, of Shekinah and Yahweh into an androgynous form also entails the restoration of the Jewish people to Palestine, the reconstruction of the temple, and the extermination of the Gentiles, whose souls are evil darkness. Shekinah will not return to Yahweh unless and until the temple, their bedchamber, is rebuilt. During the sixth day of creation, the Jews must prepare the way for the Sabbath millennium and wage their war of genocidal conquest on the Gentiles and win it so that they can enjoy the peaceful and relaxing seventh day of rest. They must also atone for the sins of the Jewish people and redeem themselves. In the sixth day, the Jews must work extra hard to ready things for the end times, particularly in the last 400 years of the sixth millennium, when the birth pangs of the Messiah, Shevle Mashiach, begin and become more frequent and more painful, just like a woman's contractions do when she gives birth. The Jews had to be redeemed in this period, and the process had to be especially painful and violent. The Gentiles have to be completely destroyed in this 400-year period in an ever-intensifying and accelerating series of calamities. They will then be able to rest for the next 1,000 years, while Gentile slaves perform all the work of the Jews, just as Shabbos Goyim perform all the work of the Jews on the Sabbath. That is, until such a time as robotics technology makes Gentile slaves obsolete, unnecessary and redundant, at which point they will be completely exterminated. The Zohar explains the correlation between the Sabbath blessings and rituals and the plan for the Jews to conquer humanity in the last 400 years of the sixth millennium, starting in 1840 AD. The Zohar iterates a prophecy of Yesod, which represents a prolonged and intensifying series of disasters commencing on the 600th year of the sixth millennium, 1840 AD or 5600 on the Hebrew calendar. Kabbalists had permission to spread the Kabbalah in 1840, which was a very special year, the 600th year of the sixth millennium. This was the year that the Zohar predicted that the gates of wisdom would be open in heaven and the fountains of wisdom would spring forth on earth.
Yeah, keep in mind that a lot of these books, especially like this one, was in 1903, I believe, 1898, the early, I think 1900 something, okay? So we do see this constant reminder of what they're saying. But now let's listen to some of this stuff here, okay? And we're about to move on.
Tensions hidden from the Gentiles.
And also in the book of Deuteronomy, we speak about the mitzvah to destroy and to annihilate the nation of Amalek. Says the Rambam in Mitzvah 188 and also 189 and also in Negative Commandment 59 that there's a mitzvah and a command to wipe out from among all the descendants of Esav, the descendants of Amalek, male and female, young and old.
Esav, who is the symbol of all the nations, Christians or not.
Esav, who in modern day terms is really basically, certainly one of them is America.
What's the difference between Edom and Amalek? We spoke about Edom being the grandfather of Amalek. Amalek is Germany, so who's Edom? Edom includes most of Europe. It includes the United States of America. It's the Roman Empire that was never destroyed. But for those who don't understand that Italy is the seat of the Roman Empire of Edom, even though Edom is scattered, many other nations today that speak Latin languages that have something of the Roman Empire, including America. They are first. So Edom is everywhere, and the United States of America is also part of Edom.
It all started, of course, with Esav. Esav became Edom, which is a nation. Edom became Rome.
See, that's where I keep saying you guys are projecting. It's funny. You guys are projecting within each other. One chose Christianity, the other one chose Judaism. You both are wicked, and you're both the same. I mean, can you guys looked in a mirror? The fuck? You telling me that you guys from the Middle East? So you're from the Middle East. You that are saying Edom, everybody's Edom, going whatever. You're from the Middle East. You don't even like the fucking people in the Middle East. What the fuck you saying? You hate Palestinians, Arabs. If anything, you would be part of that shit. But you're not. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're not even comfortable around those people, so why would they be your people? Come on, bro.
The Torah says Esav is Edom. The Gemara says, the Talmud says, that Rome, that Edom is Rome, Zuroimi.
Edom becomes America. Why? Because America is Edom, after all.
As our sages said, Halakha Esav soneh leYaakov. It is a law of nature that Esav will always hate the Jewish people. Will hate Jacob. Jacob is the Jewish people. And Esav is the non-Jewish world.
In Isaiah chapter 63, the day of the great and terrible day of the Lord, it says that the Lord will come out from a place called Edom and he will crush Edom. Now, I'm just a broadcaster here, okay? In Jewish understanding, Edom is really talking about the Christianity.
Who is Amalek?
Well, let's think about this for a moment, okay? We saw a video earlier where Tucker Carlson was arguing with Huckabee. Huckabee was arguing, saying that these people deserve to be people of that land because they are of Abraham. But then Tucker Carlson starts pushing him and, gets him gets Huckabee to say, well, maybe it's spiritual children of Abraham. And now we're over here listening to some other stuff regarding this shit here. Okay, so if that's the case, let's pay attention to what he just said right now, okay?
Understand that Italy is the seat of the Roman Empire of Edom, even though Edom is scattered, many other nations today that speak Latin languages that have something of the Roman Empire, including America. They are first. So Edom is everywhere, and the United States of America is also part of Edom.
It all started, of course, with Esav. Esav became Edom, which is a nation. Edom became Rome. The Torah says Esav is Edom. The Gemara says, the Talmud says, that Rome, that Edom is Rome, Zuroimi.
Edom becomes America. Why? Because America is Edom, after all.
As our sages said, Halakha Esav soneh leYaakov. It is a law of nature that Esav will always hate the Jewish people. Will hate Jacob. Jacob is the Jewish people. And Esav is the non-Jewish world.
In Isaiah chapter 63, the day of the great and terrible day of the Lord, it says that the Lord will come out from a place called Edom and he will crush Edom. Now, I'm just a broadcaster here, okay? In Jewish understanding, Edom is really talking about the Christianity.
Who is Amalek?
There, you see what I'm saying? He says Edom is really talking about Christendom. So now think about that. He says Edom is not a race. It's a religion. So you got Raza that are Christians. You got Morenos, Africans that are Christians. You got Arabs, Middle Eastern, Asians that are Christians. You got Asians from from China that are Christians. You got what? Now all of a sudden we're talking about spiritual Edom? So on one end, we're talking about spiritual Edom, regarding Christians. So Christianity to them, I guess, it's not necessarily white people, it's Christianity, okay? You understand that? It's not the bloodline. But when it comes to them, it is the bloodline. Understand how that's funny, how that works? So I'm not even fucking Edom. Like, I don't even have no Edom bloodline, right? But he says, no, let's say I was Christian. I went to church, whatever. In his eyes, I'm Edom. Do you see this? Do you understand what we're listening to now? Watch. Let's continue.
Amalek is Reshit Goim. The Jews were so revered by the entire world when they came out of Egypt. But when Amalek, which is the grandchild of Esav, Yaakov's brother, saw them, Amalek.
Think that these motherfuckers would be able to fucking build a pyramid? Think you guys would be able to build a pyramid, bro? I don't see you guys as building shit whatsoever at all. I don't know. No, there's no way. How the hell would? Why would even Egyptians bother with you? They might as well do it themselves. Those fuckers are slow and dumb.
Came and attacked the Jews, and therefore God commands us that we should never forget this. This is why the most important Torah reading of the year is Zachor. God commands Moses to tell.
It's another book. So you got the Talmud, the Mishnah, the Zohar, right? Or Zahor. Okay, let's go.
Yoshua that he must annihilate Amalek. And this battle between Amalek, good and evil, goes from generation to generation. Because Amalek is darkness. They're the antithesis to godliness and holiness. Everything the Jewish nation stands for, if the Jewish nation stands for humility, godliness, light, they are darkness. And we are commanded to destroy this, because Amalek is not only a physical nation, it's a spiritual energy.
See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Jesus, bro. So now we're getting it. You see what I mean? Now we are fucking getting it. So they don't necessarily believe that bloodline-wise you are Amalek. They say it's a spiritual thing. Bro, I don't understand. Well, maybe I do. Maybe I do. Let me pause that for a moment. Maybe I do understand, and it reminded me of this thought while I look for the other.
It's called A Short Study of the Esau, Edom, and Jewry, and it suggests that there's an Edomite influence in the Ashkenazi Jews, and that influence might be minimal, but we can't overlook it. And so what he says is Ashkenazic Jewry is comprised of 3 elements of not exactly known proportions. So you've got those of Judite descent, those of Idumean origin, and then you've got proselytes of other origins, which is essentially the Khazarians. And so what he's saying is that 2 out of the 3 groups that make up the Ashkenazi Jewry have Edomite bloodline.
Which, just to oversimplify, is the deceptive opposition.
Yes, so
correct?
These would not be true descendants of Israel.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
These would be descendants of Esau. So Esau and Jacob were twins,
right,
and they were the sons of Isaac. And Jacob was renamed Israel. So his bloodline is what makes up the true Israelites. And Esau became the Edomites, and his bloodline became enemies of the true Israelites.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's starting to come into focus for me.
Yeah.
It's a lot to juggle.
For sure.
Okay.
Okay. So then, as I talked about, we've got world Jewry consists of Ashkenazi and Sephardic.
Funny how they make it seem like, oh my God, I never knew this. This was so amazing. This is like, we just found out about dinosaurs. Come on, man. Stop, bro. Just fucking stop. You guys knew this shit a long time ago. Now you're trying to play with this name from a distance. Oh, Doug, I don't really know about them. So why are you talking about them?
Jews.
And sorry, really quickly, that is, can you make a modern world association with those Ashkenazi and
Sephardic?
And Sephardic.
So
remind me what those are again.
Sephardic would be, and again, I'm not an expert on this, but my understanding.
Look, I've done classes on that shit. Okay. So I'm gonna, matter of fact, I'm gonna end it with this video because I wanted to show you something, but I can't find it. So I'm gonna end it with this video. We see that the stuff that I was sharing with y'all was real. Now, in case you guys don't know, okay, the language in Spanish. Hold on, let's finish that real quick. The language in Spanish, okay, it's from, how can I say this, Arabic and hold on a second. You know what, fam? I gotta cut it short, man. Let me just play this real quick, and then we'll be out. I apologize. I can hear my son. All right, so I'm gonna play this video, a couple short ones, and then we out. All right. I hope you appreciate this content.
Invade Spain in 711, and they're there until 1492. So that's 783 years. That's a long time. The Spanish had a problem because they were Arab. The initial wave of Arabs who invaded Spain were Syrians and Yemenis. So they were Roman and Carthaginians and Germans and Celts and Arabs mixed together. They spoke a language that was maybe 50% Arabic, 50% Latin.
That's where you get Spanish. That's how Spanish or Castellano was created. Arabic and Latin. Arabic and Latin built that fucking language. So when people say Spain, Spaniards came here and all this and that and the third and whatever the fuck, and they want to give you some wrong ass history, look at the facts. Look at who exactly left that fucking port. Look at exactly what they were losing and what they were gaining. And who was part of that shit. And who was all of a sudden want to hide behind reality. Because apparently now it's like hurtful that they were fucking part of that shit. Nah, fuck no. You are what you are. This ain't no lie in this channel. I've never lied in this channel.
The Arabs invade.
Hate me for my attitude, my maybe not, I don't say things the way you want me to say them. Maybe I'm just too honest and shit or whatever. But I don't lie I never lied. All I've done is just brought you guys what I know, and that's it. That's it. I don't know why people take shit so fucking personal, man. Let's go.
Spain in 711, and they're there until 1492. So that's 783 years. That's a long time. The Spanish had a problem because they were Arab. The initial wave of Arabs who invaded Spain were Syrians and Yemenis. So they were
Syrians and Yemenis. So we're talking about a wave of people from that region going all the way up north through Africa. All right?
They were Roman and Carthaginians and Germans and Celts and Arabs mixed together. They spoke a language that was maybe 50% Arabic, 50% Latin. They dressed like Arabs, they ate like Arabs, but they believed they were Europeans and they didn't want to be Arabs. So they began to de-Arabize themselves on purpose. Like at one point, they actually sat down with a dictionary and tried to pull out the Arabic words. Right? Like it's hilarious because there's still Arabic words. In Arabic, pillow is mukhadda. In Spanish, it's al-muhadda. You're like, really? And you can just
See that? Pillow is, watch this.
And the place name.
And I did a video the other day, not the other day, you know, I've shared this shit before.
And tried to pull.
You guys don't know how
the Arabic
into our history. A lot of the stuff that I share with you, I just kind of went over your heads. Look at the word.
Words, right? Like, it's hilarious because.
What's up, buddy? Well, let me finish. Let me finish. I'm almost done. I'm on a live. Almost finished. Yeah, I do. All right. Okay, so I almost got to go, fam, all right? My family's asking for me. So check this out. Look what he says, all right?
There's still Arabic words. In Arabic, pillow is mukhad.
Mokhat, right? Mokhat, right? I think that's how they say it.
In Spanish, it's almohada. You know,
Mokhat or almohada. But in Spanish of that time, that was that language. That language, almohad, was that language in Spain before it became a Ladino language like almohada. Do you understand how things change? Al-khat, al-mokhat, almohada. Pay attention to history.
Really? And you can just, and the place name, Guadalquivir.
Guadalquivir, right? I'm from Guadalajara.
Wadi al-Kabir. Guadalupe.
Wadi
al-Lub. Lub was the Arab attempt to say lupus. Lupus is wolf. So Guadalupe was Arabic and Latin mixed to say.
See? Arabic and Latin mix. You're Spanish. It's not European. All that bullshit history that they told you they came and civilized you because they were so fucking phenomenal. Fuck no. They were still trying to find themselves, fam. And we made these motherfuckers better. Look at this, man. If you look at the actual language of Spanish, the way the pronunciation, there's nobody that actually speaks it better than people in Mexico. Those are facts.
The place name, Guadalquivir, Wadi al-Kabir. Guadalupe, Wadi al-Lub. Lub was the Arab attempt to say lupus. Lupus is wolf. So Guadalupe was Arabic and Latin mixed to say Valley of the Wolf. I mean, like this idea that somehow there's separation between cultures is absurd. But in the case of the Spanish, it was an anti-Muslim hatred that was.
You see, so that's why when a lot of you guys want to say certain things or certain, you know, you hold to certain beliefs, you should be a little bit more mindful. I would remind you and advise you to consider a book. I'm just going to share with you real quick, man. I don't even want to be honest, bro. Like sometimes I feel like it's a waste of time and shit. But I do it anyways. Right? At least I'm fucking honest about what I'm saying. Because I sometimes wonder if you guys even listen to it. This book here, Jews and Muslims in British Colonial America. If you just get this book, right, you would understand exactly how all of these things did occur with these people. There was Sephardic Jews, so-called. Muslims or Moriscos, so-called. Here, in our lands. They had the upper hand. Look, now I'm going to say this to you. So you guys that are hating the fucking Jewish people, you Anglo-Saxons, oh, fuck all these Jewish people. Let me read this to you. Of course, both Spain and France had already made foray into North America, finding St. Augustine and exploring parts of the coastlines as far north as Newfoundland, though their activities as foreign powers are given short shrift in our Anglo-centric version of the birth of America. What is even less frequently mentioned regarding these Spanish and French settlements and voyages is that many of the colonists and sailors were of Sephardic, Jewish, and Muslim Moorish descent. Do you understand that? Sephardic, Jewish, and Muslim Moorish descent. Several of those aboard Christopher Columbus' first voyage in 1492, and famously even Columbus Colon himself, were of Jewish ancestry. They were Jews or crypto-Jews. You see how? So you fucking Anglo stupid Saxons and shit. Now you're mad at the Jewish people because they're running our country. They fucking gave you this land. They funded that shit. Did you not know that? Were you blind to that? I'm not giving credit to these motherfuckers. Fuck no. I'm calling them out for what they are because I know they're not Jews. And I can prove it with their documentation, with their books. I just want to bring out the fact that this is what you guys are fucking over here salivating for. You hate Muslim people? Bro, they showed up here since 1492. What do you mean? And you so-called Muslims, oh my God, this is so bad. Shut up, man. You guys forgot what you did over here? All of a sudden you forget? Why do you think your Allah has not came down and helped you?
A ver, que alguien me explique. Who are you?
Why do you think your Allah has not came down and helped you? If you say he's all powerful, he's all knowing, you Muslim people should have your Allah defending you. And he's not. Is he? And you Jewish so-called people should have your Yahweh or whatever you want to call him defending you. All you Sephardic Jews, Ashkenazis, like you should have your God defending you. But I don't see that happening on either side of the channel. Nor do I see that in the country that claims to say, in God we trust. No. I see a lot of I could say payback, maybe. You know, let me read this to you. The second perplexing issue is, given an overwhelming Sephardic Jewish and Muslim presence in the American colonies prior to 1776. You know how these Christmas Christians are always fighting with these Muslims and shit, acting like, oh, you guys are fucking immigrants. They've been here since the beginning of time. You see what I mean? Why that version of history was not the narrative promulgated to the generations of Americans in their textbooks and public records. Yeah, you're right. Why was this left out? You see what I mean? There's a lot to be said. See, the Ottoman civilization, the Ottoman Empire, before it turned into another empire, like all of that shit matters, fam. That's why World War I and World War II, all that shit mattered. It was a reorganization of order. It says Ottoman civilization during these formative years of national identity, along with a shifting definition of what constituted Jewry, Judaism, and Jewishness. Certainly, we can speculate that with the passage of the National Racial Exclusionary Act of 1790, which targeted not only persons of African and indigenous descent, but also those who were Jewish, Saracen, Turks, Egyptians, and other pagans and infidel races. Now, I know what law that is. It's because, guess what? You guys were all, most of you, especially you guys, right? They just included all the natives in this shit. But these motherfuckers right here, they were buying and selling white folks all day and night. And they weren't white people, by the way. And see, this is part of the history that these motherfuckers don't want to talk about. Black people were buying and selling white folks too. But you don't want to talk about that, do you? Here on these lands. But you don't want to talk about that, do you? Because that would be the only way that we could probably get some fucking sense into people. Maybe everybody will stop lying to themselves and saying how great they were, right? If any one of you had a chance to enslave someone else, would you do it? You see what I'm saying? Watch this real quick. This is like, that's why they make the Pirates of the Caribbean. The Jewish Pirates of the Caribbean.
Who are you?
My friends, we've had Muslims, Jewish, and by the way, you Anglo-Saxon stupid ass motherfucking cracker barrels that are also adamant about mad at Jewish people. These people that you're biting the hand that fed you, they funded this shit. Christopher Columbus was Jewish. The people that fed him, that gave him the money to get here were Jewish. What do you mean? Now you're upset at them? The people that gave you this shit, all of a sudden, you what? Did you forget? Or unless you taught your kids so much dumb shit that you didn't really tell them the whole history. So they believe this vast concept summarized in like a couple words because Trump said so. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Is that how you raise your kids? I mean, seriously, man. If you guys just get a chance to get this book, I would highly suggest to get it and fucking read it. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Because it's like you guys are biting the hand that feeds you. And then you're also part of these people. Like, it literally tells you that here right now in this book. Oh, check this out. I want you to remember this, okay? And then we'll leave it at that. He suggests, hold on a second, page 41. It says, he suggests, as we noted in chapter 1, that Cristobal Colon was a converso Jew whose family resettled in Italy, and that not only Columbus, navigator, but also 5 additional crew members were Jewish. Alonso de la Calle, Marco, a physician, who bore the same surname as Marcos himself, Mastral Bernal, a physician, Rodrigo Sanchez de Segovia, the controller, and Luis de Torres, the interpreter. You see this? Are you guys following? You guys following? Do you know how I know this is true? Do you know how I know this is true? And this is because I fucking read. Okay? Not because I'm just wasting my time. Let me see. Hold on. If I can find. Hold on. Oh, here it goes, right here. So this is from a book that I have. Okay, remember what it says. All right? Remember what it says. I'm confirming this is real shit. Okay? So I have this book, and it's called Jews, but I just took the picture wrong. Jews, God, and History, 2nd edition. Max I. Demont, famous writer for them. Okay? Matter of fact, let me share it again. This guy sold a lot of books. Okay? 1.5 million copies in print. All right? So here they're saying that Cristobal Colon was a converso Jew whose family resettled in Italy. Technically, he was Sephardic, okay? I know that for a fact. Now, I'm going to also share this something with you for a fact. That guy, Luis de Torres, this is on same book, page 371. I'm going to take you somewhere. And I'm going to show you how these motherfuckers knew who they were talking to when they got here. Right here in the middle, it says, right there, as a footnote to history. Do you know what that means? That means that when you're reading history, you have to put a note on that side to never forget this shit. We must record the fact, that means it's not a lie, that the Indians on the Caribbean island where the flotilla first landed were greeted in Hebrew and Aramaic by one Luis de Torres. Did we not see that name earlier? So they were greeted in Hebrew and Aramaic because Hebrew and Aramaic was a transitional language. It was leaving. It had changed after time, okay? But it says here that a Jewish interpreter aboard the flagship, watch, for Columbus was certain that the natives spoke either Hebrew or Arabic. Okay? Now, when you read that in its context, you're thinking like, oh shit, whatever. But you have to really understand, and you have to break down each particular section as a footnote to history. He's telling you, look, listen, man, this is a writer, okay? This is not somebody that's just fucking around, wasting time. This is somebody that they care for, that these, Khazars, this is who they care for. They blew this guy up. 1.5 million copies in print, like unquestionably the best popular history of the Jews written in the English language, okay? Max de Mont, Jews, God in the history. So they're boasting about who they are. This is why they wrote that shit. That they didn't do it to favor us. They didn't do it like, oh, we're so fucking great. No, they boast about their history and what they fucking found. As a footnote to history, we must record the fact that the Indians on the Caribbean, all those people on those islands over there, okay, where the flotilla first landed, were greeted in Hebrew and Arabic by Juan Luis de Torres, and we read that earlier. A Jewish interpreter aboard the flagship for Columbus was certain. So now we see, as a footnote to history, as a matter of fact, and he was certain that the natives spoke either Hebrew or Arabic. And then, how do we confirm it? How does he summarize this statement? Does he say, no, we were wrong, and the shit, whatever? No, he says it was de Torres, Luis de Torres, the interpreter, incidentally, who discovered maize and brought it to Europe, where, with the potato, it enriched the diet of the Western man. How else would he have communicated with some of these people? Hey, sis, how you doing? Good to have you here. What you got, Isaiah 65:11? Let me see that. I'm almost done, by the way. Isaiah 65:11. It says, But ye are they that forsake the Lord, that forget my holy mountain, that prepare a table for the troop, and that furnish the drink offering unto that number. But is that the one you want me to read? Oh, Isaiah 65. Oh my God, dude. Am I right? No, I think I'm reading it wrong. Right? Unless you posted something, unless you're wrong about the scripture. Anyways, good to have you here. So as you can see, these people here because see, you have to understand how Edom works. Esau, they're very proud of their history, and they don't ever want to walk away from it. They want to boast about what they've conquered, even within their own scriptural little sentences and shit, where they say, hey, by the way, but you know what? Don't trip on it. We're still the Jews. Nobody notices. Nobody cares. It's only their people that buy this book, right? How would we know? That's why you have to think about twice regarding what you're reading, or at least what they're telling you. This right here, and this is why I laugh at these Anglo-Saxons and shit. Like, bro, you guys are biting the hand that fed you. These guys gave you this continent. Seriously. They gave you this continent. And that's why it's just like, you don't understand how you're just losing it. You don't even get it. You don't even see it.
Motivating their desire to not be Arab. The Arabs invade Spain in 711, and they're there until 1492. So that's 783 years. That's a long time. The Spanish had a problem because they were Arab. The initial wave of Arabs who invaded Spain were Syrians and Yemenis. So they were Roman and Carthaginians and Germans and Celts and Arabs mixed together. They spoke a language that was maybe 50% Arabic, 50% Latin. They dressed like Arabs, they ate like Arabs, but they believed they were Europeans and they didn't want to be Arabs. So they began to de-Arabize themselves on purpose. Like at one point, they actually sat down with a dictionary and tried to pull out the Arabic words, right? Like it's hilarious because there's still Arabic words in Arabic. Pillow is mukhadda. In Spanish, it's almohada. You're like, really? And you can just, and the place name, Guadalquivir, Wadi al-Kabir. Yeah. Guadalupe, Wadi al-Lub. Lub was the Arab attempt to say lupus. Lupus is wolf. So Guadalupe was Arabic and Latin mixed to say Valley of the Wolf. I mean, like this idea that somehow there's separation between cultures is absurd. But in the case of the Spanish, it was an anti-Muslim hatred that was motivating their desire to not be Arab.
So now you know, family, Spanish was created by blending Latin and Arabic. I want to remind you.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
I don't care if you don't like me, bro. For all you fucking haters.
Fuck that puto! Fuck that puto!
I can't remember what this button's for.
I have concepts of a plan.
Oh, okay, all right.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
It was funny. Hold on.
Payday. You want payday? I know that.
Made by claiming I'm a traitor when they're scumbag Benedict Arnolds.
Oh, I thought it was the long one.
I'm not arrogant. I'm on a power trip. I'm in a total commitment against evil. I'm pouring out my guts, my soul, my family, everything I've got committed to this, and I will not have pieces of fucking shit lie about me and say I'm not true. I will fucking destroy you, scum, all of you.
Hold on. Okay, sounds good. Sorry, family. I just got a little distracted. I think we're done, man. I think we're done. I wanted to play this video, but you know what, dude? We're like 4 hours in and shit. And let's see. Fuck it. Let's play. Okay, sounds good.
It's a negative force of darkness.
It's mitzvah from the Torah, one of the 613 commandments, is to remember to erase the nation of Amalek, the memory of them even, not only physically to erase them from the face of the earth. Anything that reminds us about them is mitzvah to dismiss and to erase it from the face of the earth. Hashem said to King Shaul, now it's time to destroy the Amalek. Don't leave one survivor. Destroy the entire nation of Amalek with their animals, everything that is owned by them. No Jews are allowed to enjoy from it. Do not leave any memory from them. Hashem say, do not have mercy on the children. Kill all their children also. Why? There's no difference between them and their children. In 10 years from now, these children will attack you on the way. Hashem knows, God knows. You kill all men and all women. Me'olel ve'ad yonek. Even babies who breastfeed. Amazing. Mishor ve'atzeh, all oxes, all goats, camels, donkeys. Don't leave anything, any memory from this filthy nation.
Why are the nations, why are the Goyim, the idol worshippers, why are they mezoamim? What's mezoamim? Mezoamim means they're impure. Their natural state is being impure. A Goy's natural state is impurity.
Erase the name of Amalek. Do not forget. We assume that anyway every enemy of Israel, every anti-Semite stems from the seed of Amalek.
This is what Hashem said. Pakadeti et asher asa Amalek liYisrael. The nature of this nation Amalek, and it's not only the Germans, it's most of the European countries. That's where Amalek is.
Blotting out the memory of Amalek is a military command.
We could be in a situation
literally to destroy Amalek. Now facing today's Amalek, we are reminded that the Torah calls us not just to escape, but to extirpate Amalek. We are commanded to do real and literal battle against it.
The children of Amalek that hates Yaakov, the children of all the ones that had that black bitterness instead of a soul, that black, dark, horrible, depressed, negative, and awful shadow as a poor replacement for a soul. still hating us, still jealous, still don't know what to do with our goodness. Someone from the Jewish special forces will take you out, just like they take out hundreds of Muslim criminals, hundreds of jihadists each year. They'll take you out as well.
The Torah says that people who worship idols such as yourself, when there is a Sanhedrin,
to kill us.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what the Torah says.
So we know how the Jewish people feel about Christians, yes? That you discriminate against Christians.
Christians are idol worshippers.
You discriminate against
Christians.
Christians.
The Torah says that Christianity is idol worship.
Let me ask you.
You worship three
Let
gods.
me ask.
Well, what's the punishment if you transgress the Noahide laws? Death. Now, technically speaking, I see anyone in the church, and they're bowing down, they're a non-Jew, I can shoot them. Not a problem.
Asking what's going to be with the Goyim when Mashiach comes. Will they be destroyed and annihilated? Someone asked, who cares? Okay. As a nation, they'll cease to exist, even as individuals. Every individual, no survivors. Not only as a nation, they'll cease to exist, even as individuals. As Goyim, they're gone.
The Jews run the show in the world, not because they want, because that's what God wants. Even though we're a very small community compared to America, 300 million Americans, 5 million Jews. There's no comparison. But the Jews are everywhere. Politics, all the assistants of Trump, Jews. All the assistants of Sleepy Joe, Jews. Obama, Jews. Everyone around there, Reform Jew, Conservative Jews, Chabadnik, this, convert. It's all somehow. Same thing was in Spain. Same thing was in...
Ladies and gentlemen, let us take a moment to pause and unite our hearts in prayer. Almighty God, creator of the heaven and earth, we also pray for our friend and ally Israel, that she should eradicate her enemies, bless President Donald J. Trump. May we move forward together seeking to build a future that reflects the will of God and his values based on the 7 Noahide laws that will unite us all together.
Based on the 7 Noahide laws.
And a prayer in Hebrew, Mishaberach Havaseinu, Avram Yitzchak.
The Sanhedrin also called on the new president to acknowledge and uphold the 7 Noahide laws. This here is from gotquestions.com, a familiar Christian site that many people use for research, and it says something very important, which I'm going to show you proof of towards the latter of this film. It says the Talmud, again, the oral written traditions of the rabbis, calls for the capital punishment for Gentiles who violate the Noahide laws, and this has led some to debate as to whether or not Christians who worship Jesus Christ are guilty of violating the first Noahide law and therefore deserving of the death penalty.
I could go on and on and on. I read testimonies, watched videos, I went to Jewish source papers, even learned about how the Chabad organization is working tirelessly with the UN to use the Noahide laws to encompass all Gentiles under Judaism. You can even go here to Noahide.com, where they even thank Nikki Haley for working to bring about world peace through the Noahide laws. In case you're not aware, the first law, no idolatry, for the Chabad organization and for the Sanhedrin, which will be helping enforce these laws, includes no belief in Jesus. And according to the 1906 Jewish Encyclopedia, the punishment for breaking the Noahide laws, which would include belief in Jesus, is decapitation, as you can see here in the Jewish Encyclopedia under Noahide laws. The most vulnerable people to fall prey to this false teaching of Noahide are the sect of Hebrew roots that deny the deity of Jesus. I fear that many of them will have no problem denying Jesus. It states that no one may worship an idol in the way that it is normally worshipped, which perhaps leaves room to believe that Jesus lived on earth and was a good man, but was not the fullness of the Godhead manifested. If that is the case, many in the Hebrew roots movement have already devalued Jesus, so that wouldn't be an issue for them. They may keep their head, but lose their soul in eternity. If the Hebrew roots movement is so good and the right way to please God, then how could it be leading so many Christians out of the churches, into Hebrew roots, rejecting Jesus and converting to Judaism? There's no other religion on earth today that is sending people in droves to abandon Jesus and embrace Judaism. We're nearing the end, and all the pieces are falling into place for the Sanhedrin to be reinstated, and the temple to be built, and the false Messiah to arrive, and for Judaism to spread across the world, and many Hebrew roots people will be deceived. This man is a Jew who grew up attending a yeshiva, which is a school for boys, and he's met with many leaders in Israel. He reads and speaks Hebrew, and he was a former CIA agent, and...
But the Hebrew roots movement, something I'm planning on doing a very serious video about in the very near future, about how that there has been much infiltration and from the very beginning of this movement in order to draw Christians back to Judaism. And you may not realize what the ultimate goal of this was. There have been CIA operatives, FBI infiltrations into the organization. There are leaders that work with them, that work also with Mossad and others and Jesuits that have infiltrated these organizations here to be able to get the people to move towards Judaism. And in fact, it is the one group of people that have had the largest number of members of any organization in Christianity in the world was the Hebrew Roots movement that have gone back to Judaism.
In order to understand the Noah.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? You guys missed it. He was not allowed to say it fundamentally.
Noahide laws better.
He hit it, but I was like, is he talking about what I'm thinking he's talking about? Watch this.
It is the one group of people that have had the largest number of members of any organization in Christianity in the world was the Hebrew Roots movement that have gone.
The Hebrew so-called ist, or they would call it the Hebrew Israelite movement. Who else is set up for that, following the laws? Or else God is going to punish you. Who's being prepped for that? Do you understand now where the fuck this may be going?
Back to Judaism.
In order to understand the Noahide laws better, we first have to learn who the Grand High Kabbalist of the 20th century.
High Kabbalists of the 20th century, but also who the fuck, remember that video? I showed you guys a video. I mean, no, we're not going to let that go. No, fuck no, we ain't going to let it go. Let's see, what is it? Matthew? Which one is it? Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I... And I don't think. Okay, let's play it. Let's continue.
Century is, and how powerful he was. Menahem Mendel Schneerson, 1902 to 1994, was a leader in the Chabad-Lubavitch movement. He was the Grand High Kabbalist with the title Lubavitcher Rebbe. He was a Russian-American Orthodox rabbi and the most recent Rebbe of the Lubavitch Hasidic dynasty. He is considered one of the most influential Kabbalist leaders of the 20th century. During his lifetime, many of his adherents believed that he was a Messiah. The Kabbalists believe that they have the power and responsibility to summon the Mashiach by doing certain works, or Tikkun Olam, which we have learned is part of the androgyny and extermination agendas.
בזמן שישראל מלחמה, ניתצו כמה עניינים. מה שהוא יאות, וגם מצר שעדיין משיח ליבו. אז הייתה משהו במה ידיעתו. הכנראה שהיא מספיק, כאילו שהיום כבר שוד, כמה שוד בגיר ועדיין ליבו. אבל יש את כמה שעות, אבל יש להסתדר גם היום, בבשורות טובות.
Grand High Kabbalist Rebbe Schneerson was so powerful and influential that in 1978, the U.S. Congress asked President Jimmy Carter to designate Schneerson's birthday as the National Education Day in the United States. It has been since renamed as Education and Sharing Day. But under the cover of this National Education and Sharing Day, President George Bush Sr. also slipped in Public Law 102-14. Which establishes the Kabbalist 7 Noahide laws as the supreme law of the land. Every single president of the United States since has re-signed this bill and nationally honors Rebbe Schneerson's birthday as National Education and Sharing Day. U.S. Congressman William Dennemeyer, who served from 1979 to 1992, warned Christians and publicly stated, In very basic terms, the law forbids the worship of Jesus Christ and the mention of his name under penalty of death by beheading. He warned there would soon come a day when the Noahide laws will be enforced, along with their penalties.
Remind you of how deep this rabbit hole goes, okay? You ready?
What's up? What's up, everybody? It's Killer BB Doggone Witch Finder General. You got a witch, I burn them up. Just look at y'all leader. Look at y'all Hebrew Israelite founder, Mr. Rabbi Matthews, practicing black magic. Putting that black magic on y'all. That's what got your heads all messed up, thinking y'all Israelite. Let me read this to y'all. Matthews' personal papers and the Sloanberg Library in New York includes 2 amulets of geometric design in Hebrew words borrowed in part from the 6th and 7th book of Moses. What's the 6th and 7th book of Moses? A book on witchcraft, how to perform black magic. These amulets offer a unparalleled, let me say this too, that book ain't written by no black people. That book was written in France by some white folk. These amulets offer a unparalleled view into the hidden transcript and the private settings where Rabbi Matthew performed the most secret, transformative rituals at the hidden heart of black Israelism. The square amulet in Matthew's personal papers was modified from second tablet of the Spirit of Fire found on page 16 of the 6th and 7th book of Moses. What makes the derivation of Matthew's diagram from the Lawrence diagram indisputable is the fact that de Lawrence had reproduced a calligraphic error in the Hebrew that Matthew has repeated. So basically, Matthew's bit off the damn book, right? That he was known for doing shit like that, biting off of something and using it for their own. The word at the bottom, ha-kak, meaning the power, has been miswritten. An errant vertical line closes the gap of the middle letters. See? See this here? I can skip y'all. I might share this one day. I might share this with y'all one day. The 2 amulets shed light on Matthew's esoteric theology, part of the secret knowledge at the heart of his black Israelite belief. Matthew wrote several phrases in the fractured Hebrew on the diagram, the top one of which can be translated, "Rise and give me good luck." Just below the median line of the Hebrew can be translated, "Within the 8th fire, you should give me life." And the bottom line may read either, "The 8th God should be my father," or "The 8th God, my father." At the simplest level, the diagram appears to be a good luck charm. But at the higher level, the omelet amplifies and expands on Matthew's theology. In later decades, Matthew taught that these were 7 spirits or elements of God and 12 heavens, which his daughter implicated in the Congregational newspaper. Do you know how few of us, the black Jews, know that God is wind, water, fire, life, light, power, and mind? This is God, the 7 elements. Each one of these.
Just so you know, he is reading from this book. Well, this section of the book. Because I saw you disappear with my own eyes. Right? Hidden transcripts of New York, Black Israelite Bride Coleridge, Jacob S. Dorman. So when you look this up, you'll find exactly what he's reading. And here it clearly shows that you guys, you BHIs, Black Hebrew Israelites, y'all Kabbalists, bro. your root is Kabbalistic. I said that. I've been saying that since 2022. Nobody believes it, but whatever. You guys end up hating me for it because I don't know. Because I don't agree with you. Instead of looking at what I've been sharing since 2022. It's fucking amazing to me, man. You know what I mean? It's like, sheesh, bro. So it says here that Black Judaism successfully hid both its origin in Pentecostal churches and its secret knowledge drawn from Freemasonry, Jewish Kabbalah, and African American conjuring. Do you see what that says? Black Judaism successfully hid both its origins in Pentecostal churches and its secret knowledge drawn from Freemasonry, Jewish Kabbalah, and African American conjuring. Do you know what that means? Like the Cuban shit? Like, what's his name? What's that called? The stuff they do over there in Cuba? Santeria? Like that. Rabbi Matthew's movement represents one little understood form of African American storefront religion during the great quote unquote migration. Come on, bro. You guys came out of voodoo shit. Of your own voodoo shit. And you criticize the Khazars, but they helped you. Oh, now I know why he said that. Check this out, fam. What's his name? What's his name? Fuck, man. Don't let me forget. What the fuck is his name? Let me see if I did it like this. Okay. Nate. Check this out. I always wondered why he fucking said this. Nate fucking with song. Hold on. This one. I always wondered why he said this. Okay? Keep in mind what I'm saying right now, fam. Okay? Now, this is okay. All right. So, in case you guys don't know, I had been in IUIC for like 4 years. All right, before I came away from them. This was a long time ago. We're talking about 2017 and 4 years after that. Okay, we're in 2026 now. And throughout my time there, obviously I listen. I think they have certain things they want you to do. I'll say it like that. So in one of those days, I happened to listen to one of his classes, Nate the Snake, and then he says this right here. And I don't know why. I recorded this in 2022, okay? I don't know why it stuck. At that time, I don't know why it stuck to me. But it stuck to me. So he says this right here, okay?
I want to congratulate you.
No, hold on, not that one. Not that one. Watch this real quick. Okay, so watch. Look, it's dated 2022, okay? So I'm not lying. Hold on. You guys can't see it. It's dated 2022, okay? I recorded this because it seemed weird to me. I didn't understand why he said they were allies. And I'm like, allies? Listen to this.
They forced us to convert to Christianity, this new form of Christianity, wherein they were God, they were Christ. Okay? The angels were white, and that the Jews who had converted, the white men who had converted to being a Jew, they also had to, they were on top of us. This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains to help us in our military, they also turned against us. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters. We said, these are our allies. And the very same allies turned against us. So
when I was like, allies? What the fuck you mean, allies? I thought they were never your allies. I didn't realize that's how it worked. Right? So I'm like, bro, for real? I'm trying to figure this out. Give me a second. So this is the book that technically he was showing. Hold on, where the fuck is the video at, dude? Give me a second, fam. Hold on, let me see if I can. Maybe we need to go all the way. Come on, bro. How can you lose this? Come on, man. That's the video, bro. What's wrong with you? Here it goes right here. Let me put it again. Yeah, I'm gonna get it.
Matthew.
I'm gonna put it right here because you guys need to understand what the fuck you guys are listening to. All you BHIs, all you people like, oh my God, 12-type chart. Nah, bro, this is where the devil comes from. If you're not Hebrews, you're not Hebrews. If we're not, we're not. Not a big deal. Seriously, it's not a big deal.
Transformative rituals at the hidden heart of Black Israelism. The square omelet in Matthew's personal papers was modified from second tablet of the Spirit of Fire found on page 16 of the 6th and 7th book of Moses. What makes the derivation of Matthew's diagram from the Lawrence diagram indisputable is the fact that de Lawrence had reproduced a calligraphic error in the Hebrew that Matthew has repeated. So basically, Matthew's bit off the damn book, right? That he was known for doing shit like that, biting off of something and using it for their own.
That shit was funny.
That's gonna hurt!
I told you guys where that came from. I told you guys what that was about. I told you guys that shit. Some of you guys forgot why I did this channel at the end of the day. At the end of the day, I think some of you guys forgot why I did this channel.
Word at the bottom, ha-kak, meaning the power, has been miswritten. An errant vertical line closes the gap of the middle letters. See? See this here? I can skip y'all. I might share this one day. I might share this with y'all one day. The two omelets shed light on Matthew's esoteric theology, part of the secret knowledge at the heart of his Black Israelite belief. Matthew wrote several phrases in the fractured Hebrew on the diagram, the top one of which can be translated, "Rise and give me good luck." Just below the median line of the Hebrew can be translated, "Within the eighth fire, you should give me life." And the bottom line may read either, "The eighth God should be my father," or "The eighth God, my father." At the simplest level, the diagram appears to be a good luck charm. But at the higher level, the omelet amplifies and expands on Matthew's theology. In later decades, Matthew taught that these were 7 spirits or elements of God and 12 heavens, which his daughter implicated in the Congregational newspaper. Do you know how few of us, the Black Jews, know that God is wind, water, fire, life, light, power, and mind? This is God, the 7 elements. Each one of these elements, all gods among themselves. But the creator of these, the one ruler of these, is the one and only. He is God. He is in us, out of us, and is all about us. And without him, we wouldn't exist. Without any one of these gods, we would not exist. Given that Matthew believed that the...
Oh, do you hear that? Even if Matthew believed in the Messiah, the black one in the Bible, told all those Negro Jews that they were the chosen. Told everybody to go out there in the street and tell them, fuck all you bastards. You guys suck. No, I'm serious. You want to know how it's... You want to know how bad it was? I'm going to show you how bad it was, bro. Some of you guys don't even realize that shit. It's like, dude, for real, bro? It was like fucking anger, hatred. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me let this finish and then I'll show you.
7 elements of God. This diagram appeared to have been used to worship and invoke the power and presence of the supreme creator God. An 8th God who appears through the medium of fire. The repetition of the number 8, the image of the fire, and the personal filing relationship with God are noteworthy. Again, the amulet can be translated, rise and give me good luck. Within the 8th fire, you should give me life. The 8th God, my Father.
Oh, in case you just showed up, this is exactly where BHI gets his fruit from. This is Rabbi Matthew. This is that Kabbalah shit. They inverted Kabbalah with West African conjuring and some other weird shit. I'm serious. I'm not lying. Check it.
Remember that Matthew began in the sanctified church. He may have borrowed the fiery conception of God from the common fire-baptized holiness Pentecostal conception of God. The multiple God elements in his theology, however, is what makes Matthew's creed most like the religion of the Black Atlantic. Moreover, the ritual use of these diagrams seem to have allowed Matthew to be filled with the presence of God and to relate to the Creator. God as a son relates to the Father. The second round amulet repeats and amplifies this scene in God's immanence and Matthew's own power. The diagram consists of several Hebrew sentences printed over a Magen David, literally a shield of David, as 6-pointed star, which is common Kabbalistic related. After some undecipherable words in the beginning of the papers, the sentence continues. Look, this nigga practicing black magic on you niggas. And y'all don't even know. And you ain't know. The coke practice black magic on your ass. And you ain't know. These niggas eating poke behind doors. And you ain't know.
That's a fact, Jack. That's a fact.
Where's your moral code? Where's your soul? You preach
Yeah,
10
you know what?
commandments,
Matter
but
of
broke
fact-
every scroll.
You know what? Let me say that again.
But where's your moral code? Where's your soul? You preach 10 commandments, but broke every scroll.
Seriously, because that's what they do. Right? Righteousness. Deuteronomy 6:25. You fucking liars. I mean, this is exactly what it's about. Like, think about this for a moment, fam. Look what the fuck they were saying in the street, okay? I'm gonna show you. Oh, no, not that one. No, not that one. This one. Look at this shit right here. Look at this shit.
Tell me
this, nigga, and you can't do 10, my nigga. Matter of fact, you can't do 1, my nigga. Let's see if you can stop eating pork. I see that pork juice running down your fork. Talk about you blessed in the streets of New York. I see that tight Christian 3-piece suit that you bought. When you gonna rock that? When you go to court? Maybe Sunday, better get Easter. I blast at you masters. Knowledge reigns supreme over all you teachers. Pedophile supporters, cool rigor mortis. Your niggas out of order. When Christ returns, you hear the screams in the chorus. Now breathe.
Revelations 6 and 17. For the great day of his wrath is come, and who shall be able to stand?
Wow. Well, you see what I mean? Another example.
Put the death, man. That's right. You gonna die, you and your little ugly kids, man. Go get bashed against the stones, man. And all you so-called ancients, you're going into slavery, all right? That's right. Going into slavery, all right? Where you belong. No more feeding soup.
That was incorporated into those civil rights acts.
Yeah, death you goops.
Yeah, that's right.
Death you goops, man. I hate Moabites. Right, man. These goops and you damn East Indians. Piece of shit coolies.
That's right. Yeah, they look down on. If
and you so-called Asians, you goops, all right? So-called Filipinos, coolies. Yeah, you damn waste of space, all right? Because a damn goop, see, a goop ruling over you niggas, that shit anger you, man.
Finna hurt you, and it ain't no saving grace. We gon' burn them with. Finna hurt you, and it ain't no saving grace. We gon' burn them with the open flame. Yeah, we gon' cut them with the double edged. We gon' chat them like the wine press. We gon' chat them like the wine press. Smash your teeth in your mouth, dash your head up on the stone. Ain't a reason you should live. Use a cancer to the core. Use a dancer, use a whore. Want to everyone and all. Every nation been involved in the vexing of the Lord. We gon' burn them with the open flame. We gon' cut them with the double edged. We gon' treat them like the wine press. Yeah, we gon' treat them like the wine press.
Niggas ain't doing nothing, I thrive by. You niggas will get the bus and crack and gentrify. You niggas won't even touch them, get a little money, and your homies you saying fuck them.
Nigga, talking about what you do, nigga. Talking about how you move, nigga. That's not true, nigga. On the game, that ain't true, nigga. Talking about you be shooting, nigga. How you be sliding? On the game, you be lying. Talking about you be riding, nigga. That ain't true, nigga. On the game, that ain't true, nigga. We know that ain't true, nigga. That's not true. We know that ain't true, nigga.
Gang signs in the name of Yahweh Shimmy Habashah.
The ISUPK, goddammit. The ISUPK, goddammit.
Most High in Christ, I'm here, enjoy it. Most High in Christ, I'm here, enjoy it.
I'm making sure everybody got the wine, they got their water, and they got their grape juice. Look, why do you want to stay in the world when you ain't getting no women like that? Right. You know what I mean? The women don't like you. Right. Your feet stink. Right. You're sitting on the couch all day. You don't got a job, so you might as well come into the truth so that you can get some jobs and you can get a girl. Right. All right? At least do that. All right? Under Commander General Yohana, you might as well come into the truth so that you can get some jobs and you can get a girl.
You feel me? Everything was glorious. If you didn't make it, you missed out. You feel me? Ain't no trying to make it up next year. This is one of one. You feel me? Shout out Commanding General Yohana.
Shout out Commanding General Yohana.
General Muhammad.
Right.
All other generals, all the real, all the heavy hitters. All other generals, all the real, all the heavy hitters.
If you ain't in the ISUPK and you ain't smoking weed, I don't know what the fuck you doing with your life, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, this right here is heaven on earth, man. And anybody come out here to see this, you won't believe this, man.
Refurbished ISUPK. This is not the original. The original had the 7 elders, Masha, Arya, Yaquab, Lahab, Yeshaya, Shah, Kazak. I hope I didn't forget nobody. I think that was it. This group here is the refurbished group. Go ahead.
Briefly, and I'm going to prove it later. There is no penis that is superior to the penis of the man from the 12 tribes of the nation of Israel. Your penis is the superior penis on this globe. That Puerto Rican penis is superior to an African's. That so-called Negro, your penis is superior to an African. The Mexican penis, the Guatemalan penis, the Haitian penis, the Panamanian penis, the West Indian penis is superior to the penises in Africa.
When I go up into ISUPK, when I opened the door, Sonetta, first of all, it was musty. It was musty. All I saw was oiled brothers doing, half-naked brothers doing push-ups. But I'm a feminist. You see my wife, you see members of my shrine. Brother, it's so funny that you want to say that when all I ever see you with is dudes. That's all I ever see you. I've never seen you with anybody but men. When I come into your house, y'all all doing push-ups and oiling each other in a musty room. When I came in, I said, Sandetta, you came in right before me. You might remember me saying this. I said, what the hell is going on here? I was like, yo, what is going on here? What? This look like a scene from Caligula. What is going on? what is happening in here? I was like, yo, what is happening? I was like, yo.
Put up themselves on Facebook under women's names. It'll be a man posing as a female.
Yes.
You know who you are. Posing as a female.
Yes.
The Conquistador doing that too. Posing as a female on Facebook and saying, yeah, I am IOIC, putting up incriminating pictures of us.
Right.
I am this, I am that. You think you slick? You know
okay. All of a sudden, these memes come up where everybody picture and stuff typed on it. You started that. We know who you are. You edited video to lie on me. That trend started by you.
That's the Weasel. The Weasel.
That's right. Okay, the Conquistador.
Yes. Wow. And guess what, Wetback? We know who you are too. You ain't going to escape. God got your judgment for you because you always been a nobody.
The Lord Jesus is looking.
The following is another example of the double-mindedness of the Hebrew Israelite sect Sakari. The clips you're about to see show Sakari attempting to, quote-unquote, keep the Passover in a nightclub.
Out here with my brother. You see it. You know, super fly. You try out here. Hey man, your boy went and did it for him, huh?
Y'all single, y'all can have some too.
Yeah, y'all single, right?
Yeah. Y'all single?
Y'all I got it. Wow.
As you can see, things are not always the way they are, or at least the way they appear to be. Have a good night. Hope you appreciate the content. I'm going to play some music and then we out.
Chicanos killing Chicanos is what they want. Blacks and Chicanos killing each other is what they want. That's how they run this place. Once we get together, they don't run shit. You got a lot to learn about being Chicano.
Yeah, Alcatraz, midget loco. Yeah. They never seen this coming, man. What up, Loom? What up, Oreo? 500 years of captivity. What else? Now they try to tell us how we supposed to be, how we supposed to act, how we supposed to rap. How I'm brown but my flow too black. Come on, y'all kidding me, right? Nike Air Flights fitted cock back fresh. Representando Mexicanos on the map. No estoy jugando, got bars like a battle on smack. But hold on, I'ma bring it right back. My people indigenous. I'm not sure if you getting this. By the time I'm done, you gon' be feeling this. I come from the people they call Mexica. I've been to the motherland, Chichen Itza. Seen the Mayan ruins, intellectual architects. Been in the cenote, seen ancient artifacts. Really? Cali is Mexico, those are the facts. They raped women, gave elders heart attacks. It was a battle, our people were outgunned. Took life and cattle, we were outdone. However, 2 wars proudly we take to the grave. Those we call our Independence Day. It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on our ground, let them know that we equal. We see
see through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down.
Yeah. Story with Mexicans, Mexicano. Gave birth to the word that we know as Chicanos. Aztec warrior, man, it's all in my blood. From the Tenochtitlan, that's the heart of the love. Now Mexico City, that's a modern day name. Don't let the books confuse you to be a modern day slave. Gotta get your facts right and study the culture. Don't be like Cortez, he came like a vulture. Came to just steal and take away the land. He seen what we got and he was like, damn, who would've guessed it had to be a white man? Damn again, now we got stolen lands. They say go back to where the fuck you from. Man, this is my land, that's what you stole from us. I'm not Hispanic or Latino, I'm a Mexican. Man, fuck La Milicia, you can have that bitch.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.